के अंदर आकर अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। जो डेजिग्नेटेड सीट्स हैं या बैठने का जो अरेंजमेंट्स हैं उसके हिसाब से आप सभी बैठें। आप सबसे इस बात का अनुरोध है। ऑफ स्टेट हम सबके बीच यहाँ इस कार्यक्रम स्थल पर आ चुके हैं और कुछ ही देर में हम सबके बीच यहाँ इस मंच पर पधारेंगे। So I will request all of you to please, who are standing outside the hall, please come inside and take your seats as early as possible, because before we start the inaugural session, you must be in your seats. आप सबसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आकर अपनी जगह ले लें। प्लीज ऑल्सो इंश्योर दैट योर मोबाइल फोन्स आर ऑन साइलेंट मोड, ताकि प्रोसीडिंग्स के दौरान किसी तरह का कोई डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, हॉल में आकर अपनी जगह ले लें। Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please take your seats immediately. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर्स का यहाँ अराइवल होने जा रहा है, इसलिए मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप सभी इमीडिएटली अपनी अपनी जगह ले लें. आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज सभी बैठ जाएं क्योंकि ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर्स यहाँ हॉल में आ रहे हैं. सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू प्लीज टेक योर सीट्स इमीडिएटली. आप सभी बैठ जाएं प्लीज. So, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Union Ministers of State Professor S.P. Singh Baghel ji and Shri George Kurian ji, शुभागमन हो रहा है इस सभागार में. मंच पर आइए हम सब खड़े होकर करतल ध्वनि के साथ with a huge round of applause let's welcome Honorable Union Ministers of State on this stage in this inaugural session of World Fisheries Day 2025 celebrations. Please take your seats. Namaskar, देवियों सज्जनों, a very good morning to all of you. World Fisheries Day 2025 के अवसर पर आयोजित इस सेलिब्रेशन में, इस इनॉग्रल सेशन में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत अभिनंदन है. मत्स्य पालन विभाग, मत्स्य पालन, पशुपालन और डेयरी मंत्रालय भारत सरकार की ओर से. On behalf of Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, we welcome all of you in this inaugural session of World Fisheries Day 2025 celebrations. देवियों सज्जनों, सन 1997 में यानी आज से 28 वर्ष पहले दिल्ली में ही वर्ल्ड फोरम ऑफ फिश हार्वेस्टर्स एंड फिश मेक वर्कर्स की एक बैठक हुई थी, जिसमें 18 देशों के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, प्रतिनिधि उसमें शामिल हुए थे. उस बैठक में ही वर्ल्ड फिशरीज फोरम की स्थापना हुई और उसी बैठक में 21 नवंबर को हर वर्ष वर्ल्ड फिशरीज डे के रूप में मनाए जाने की घोषणा भी हुई थी. और इसी क्रम में आज का ये वर्ल्ड फिशरीज डे हम मना रहे हैं. और इस वर्ष हमारा थीम है इंडियाज ब्लू ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, स्ट्रेंथनिंग वैल्यू एडिशन इन सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट. ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन में हम सबके बीच आगमन हुआ है ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्रीज एंड डेयरिंग और पंचायती राज प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह बघेल जी का. आपकी करतल ध्वनि के साथ विद अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेट्स वेलकम ऑनरेबल प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह बघेल. We also extend warm welcome to Shri George Kurian ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Ministry of Minority Affairs. आइए आपकी तालियों के साथ उनका भी स्वागत करें. ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखी जी का भी इस अवसर पर स्वागत अभिनंदन आपकी तालियों के साथ. वी ऑल्सो हैव ऑन द डायस श्री सागर मेहरा जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी इनलैंड फिशरीज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज. नीतू कुमारी प्रसाद जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरीज मरीन फिशरीज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. श्री डी वेंकटस्वामी, चेयरमैन मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, एम्पेडा. Mr. Takayuki Hagewara, who is India representative, Food and Aquaculture Organization. We welcome you, sir, in this inaugural session. We also have on the dais Dr. Jay Krishna Jaina, Deputy Director General Fisheries, ICAR, and Dr. Vijay Kumar Behra, Chief Executive, National Fisheries Development Board. Ladies and gentlemen, we also extend our warm welcome to the excellencies, honorable ambassadors, high commissioners, and representatives from different embassies, representatives of World Bank, AFD, GIZ, JICA, and ADB, and other international organizations, and all the senior officers of Government of India and state governments. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन है और आप सबको वर्ल्ड फिशरीज डे 2025 की बहुत बहुत बधाई. मैं सबसे पहले निवेदन करूंगा सागर मेहरा जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी इंलैंड फिशरीज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, कि वे ऑनरेबल प्रोफेसर एस पी सिंह बघेल जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरिंग एंड पंचायती राज, उनका इस अवसर पर उनके आगमन के लिए यहाँ एक प्लांट भेंट करके और साथ ही एक मेमेंटो भेंट करके उनका स्वागत करें आपकी तालियों के साथ, आपकी करतल ध्वनि के साथ। देवियों सज्जनों, एक मेमेंटो भी है, उसे भी भेंट करने के लिए मैं निवेदन करूंगा सागर मेहरा जी से। एंड नाउ आई विल इनवाइट नीतू कुमारी प्रसाद जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी इन द डिपार्टमेंट, जॉर्ज कुरियन जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरिंग एंड माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स, उनका स्वागत करने के लिए विद अ प्लांट एंड अ मेमेंटो, विद अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, स्वागत, वेलकम टू ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट। मैं इनवाइट करूंगा डॉक्टर विजय कुमार बेहरा जी, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव, नेशनल फिशरीज डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड, डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखी जी, ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, उनका वेलकम करने के लिए प्लांट भेंट करके आपकी तालियों के साथ उनका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन है आज के इस आयोजन में। डायरेक्टर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज वी श्रीनिवास राव, श्री वी श्रीनिवास राव, उन्हें मैं इन्वाइट करूंगा स्टेज पर। सागर मेहरा जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी इंलैंड फिशरीज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, उन्हें भी एक प्लांट इस अवसर पर भेंट करके श्री वी श्रीनिवास राव, उनका भी स्वागत, अभिनंदन करेंगे आपकी तालियों के साथ। नाउ आई विल इनवाइट मिस्टर के मोहम्मद कोया, फिशरीज डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, कि वो मंच पर आए और मंच पर विराजमान ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी मरीन फिशरीज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, नीतू कुमारी प्रसाद जी का प्लांट भेंट करके इस अवसर पर स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें। देवियों सज्जनों, सुभाष चंद्रा जी, डायरेक्टर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, उन्हें मैं इनवाइट करता हूं। श्री डी वेंकट स्वामी, चेयरमैन मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, एम्पेडा, उनका स्वागत करने के लिए सुभाष चंद्रा जी से मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि श्री डी वेंकट स्वामी जी का प्लांट भेंट करके आपकी तालियों के साथ, विच ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, लेट्स वेलकम श्री डी वेंकट स्वामी, चेयरमैन एम्पेडा। वी श्रीनिवास राव जी को एक बार फिर से मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा स्टेज पर, डायरेक्टर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज। मिस्टर ताकायुकी हागेवारा, वो इज इंडिया रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फूड एंड एक्वाकल्चर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड वो इज ग्रेसिंग द ओकेजन ऑन द डैश। I will request Srinivas Rao ji to welcome with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Takayuki Hagiwara. Now I will invite Mr. K. Mohammed Koya, Fisheries Development Commissioner, once again on the stage. And I will request him, Dr. Joy Krishna Jaina ji, Deputy Director General Fisheries, ICAR. उनकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति है, आपकी तालियों के साथ उनका भी स्वागत, अभिनंदन है। और डॉक्टर संजय पांडे, डिप्टी कमिश्नर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो आए, डॉक्टर संजय पांडे। डॉक्टर विजय कुमार बेहरा जी, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव, नेशनल फिशरीज डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड, उनका इस अवसर पर स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। देवियों सज्जनों, और अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा माननीय मंत्रीगण और मंचासीन विशिष्ट अतिथियों से कि वे दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए पधारें। आई विल रिक्वेस्ट all the dignitaries on the dais to proceed for lighting of the lamp. And of course, you know, by lighting the traditional lamp, we pray for the well-being of mankind. सभी स्वस्थ हों, सभी सुखी हों, समृद्ध हों, यही प्रार्थना दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ। देवियों सज्जनों, बहुत बहुत आभार सभी अतिथियों का, सभी विभूतियों का। देवियों सज्जनों, पिछले 11 वर्षों में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन के अनुरूप फिशरीज सेक्टर में जो अद्वितीय और उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, विस्तार हुआ है, देश की समृद्धि में इसकी भूमिका जिस रूप में सशक्त हुई है, स्ट्रेंथन हुई है, भविष्य में उसको और गति मिलेगी और विस्तार मिलेगा। इस कामना के साथ दीप प्रचलन हुआ है। बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय मंत्रीगण और सभी अतिथियों का, विभूतियों का। और अब मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी श्री सागर मेहरा जी को। वे आए अपने स्वागत संबोधन के साथ। वेलकम एड्रेस बाय श्री सागर मेहरा जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी in the Department of Fisheries, Government of India.
Good morning, very good morning to all. On behalf of the Department of Fisheries, Government of India, I extend heartiest greetings to all on the occasion of World Fisheries Day 2025, and I warmly welcome each one of you to this important event at Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, New Delhi. At the outset, I take this moment to extend my deep regards and express profound gratitude for Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, for his guidance and mentorship for shaping today's event. Due to some other pressing exigencies, Honorable Minister could not join us physically and grace the occasion in person today. We are privileged to have his recorded message with us, which we will be playing shortly. It's my privilege to welcome Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Professor Sri S.P. Singh Baghel ji. Sir, my heartfelt thanks and warm welcome for being with us for World Fisheries Day 2025 celebration, sir. I also welcome Honorable Minister for State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Minority Affairs, Shri George Kurian ji. Sir, we are honored to welcome and thank you for joining us today and enriching the World Fisheries Day celebrations 2025. I also extend warm welcome to Dr. Abhilaksh Likhiji, Union Secretary for Fisheries. It is my honor to welcome excellencies from Thailand, Malaysia, Iceland, and New Zealand. I also welcome Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative in India, Shri D.V. Swami, Chairman MPDA, my colleague Neetu Prasad ji, Joint Secretary in the department. I also welcome Dr. J.K. Jena, DDG Fisheries ICR, Dr. Vijay Kumar Behra, Chief Executive NFDB. A warm welcome to you all. Also, warm welcome to councillors, commercial heads and diplomats from high commissions and embassies of United Kingdom, Russia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Denmark, Norway, Spain, Chile, Japan, Australia, and others. Your presence reflects a strong willingness to collaborate and cooperate to enrich the bilateral relations, so I welcome all. I also welcome representatives from World Bank, FAO, AFD, ZIZ, JICA, BOBP, MSC, and other international organizations for their valuable partnership with the Government of India, Department of Fisheries. I warmly welcome Principal Secretaries, Directors, and Commissioners from different states and union territories who have joined us today. I am also pleased to welcome scientists, researchers from ICR Fisheries Institutes, Fisheries Universities, and colleges across the country. I also extend a sincere welcome to the representatives from NCDC, MPDA, EIC, FSI, BIS, NABARD, SFSC, NAFED, NAPCONS, NPC, FICCI, CIA, SOCHM, Invest India, ONDC, and all the think tanks who have joined us today. I also welcome our most important stakeholders like fishers, fish farmers, seafood exporters and processors, CEOs, managing directors, cooperatives, FFPOs, self-help groups, startups, and entrepreneurs, those who have joined us physically and who are connected with us virtually as well. We have gathered us today on the occasion of World Fisheries Day 2025. And if we talk about World Fisheries Day, this is a day which offers an opportunity to reflect on what progress, remarkable progress we have made so far, and collectively, while having all these stakeholders with us, to ponder upon, to deliberate upon that how to shape the roadmap for the further transformation. As all of us know that Indian fishery sector stands as one of the strong pillars of the rural economy, enhancing nutritional security, supporting millions across the country for their livelihoods, and contributing significantly to the foreign exchange. If I go by the theme of today's World Fisheries Day celebrations, that is India's blue transformation, strengthening value addition in seafood exports. This theme highlights our resolve, our shift in India's fisheries sector focus from volume-driven approach to value-led, innovation-oriented growth model supported by sustainability, certification, quality, high value-add products, and global competitiveness. As all of us know that over last decade, our fisheries production, our seafood exports have more than doubled, and to sustain this growth momentum, we need the renewed growth strategy. And to take this forward, we have been engaging with our global partners, and in the recent past months, we have been engaging with our trade partners like Italy, South Korea, Iceland, New Zealand, Thailand, Indonesia, Russia, United Kingdom, and Australia to understand their compliances better and strengthen our capabilities in advanced processing, sustainable practices, SPS compliances, automation, and digital traceability. These are all the areas wherein at the department, in association with other related stakeholders, we are working very hard to ensure that we are able to meet the demand of our export markets, their insistence on better compliances across the entire export value chain. And if we come back to our schemes and programs, to support all these initiatives, we have been making special efforts under our all ongoing schemes like Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Sahay Yojana, Fisheries Infrastructure Development Fund, for modernizing the fisheries infrastructure, improving our quality systems, building traceability frameworks, and transparent and globally aligned value chains development. In this entire paradigm shift, MPDA, EIC, and CEA, Coastal Aquaculture Authority, have also been onboarded, and they are actively working in the areas like export promotion, certification, inspection, and regulatory compliances. Today, as we release the National Traceability Framework, SOPs for mariculture, and guidelines for smart harbor and fish landing centers, it is going to be a milestone in standardizing our practices and paving the way forward for enhanced national and international compliances so that we have an enhanced share of value-add products in our export basket. Presently, Indian seafood export basket is dominated by mainly brackish water aquaculture, whereas our total fish production, if we talk about the components, more than 75% of production is coming from the freshwater aquaculture, but with a very negligible share in our export basket. So there is a immense export potential for enhancing the share of freshwater aquaculture in our export basket. And in few of our export markets, there is a good demand for different products of tilapia, pangasius, carp, marel, scampi, trout, and ornamental fishes, which are gaining global attention, and our trade partners are showing interest in sourcing these products from us. To take this forward, to bolster the export potential of freshwater species, department is committed for improving the availability of quality seed and feed, adoption of good aquaculture practices, adoption of technology-based production system like RAS, biofloc, strengthening cold chain networks, adoption of global certification, traceability, and promoting farmers' aggregation. When we talk about aquaculture, aquatic animal health is equally important, and to take this forward, in the last few years, department has highly enhanced or enriched its engagement with World Organization for Animal Health, and recognizing the critical role of aquatic health, biosecurity, and food safety in global trade, we as a country have taken significant measures by implementing National Surveillance Program for Aquatic Animal Health, strengthening laboratory network, supported by biosecurity guidelines. And as a result of all these efforts, there has been no major aquatic animal disease outbreak since 2021. Our engagement with WOA, participation in NACA, FAO WOA surveillance system, and upcoming PVS mission from WOA will further strengthen these efforts. And let me share with you, WOA has last year recognized the laboratory facility at NBFGR Lucknow for EUC epigenetic ulcerative syndrome as a reference laboratory, and the application for tilapia lake virus is in process. India is in the process of setting up of aquatic disease-free zone so that from these zones and compartments, seamlessly export can continue to the target export markets. Not only that, on the conservation front also, we have taken different measures. We have taken out the marine mammal assessment. We have been fitting the turtle excluder devices on our fishing vessels. We have come out with the AMR action plan. We are also promoting installation of artificial reef. We have also taken up sea ranching. We are also associated with the project like Glow Litter, along with the smart fishing harbor and cluster-based development, which underline our commitment to promote growth with sustainability. To take the roadmap forward, to get the inputs from all the stakeholders, in the afternoon session today, we are holding two technical sessions. The first session will focus on identifying the challenges and strategy in value addition, modern processing, innovation, and improving the market access. Whereas the second session will explore the export potential of inland states, union territories with emphasis on certification, traceability, market mapping, and investment. And based on the feedback received from these two sessions, we would be preparing the roadmap or further enhancing, enriching the roadmap which we already have in place. And also your inputs would be going into, making further, additions in the phase 2 of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. So your inputs during the technical sessions are very important. And I look forward to the fruitful discussion in these technical sessions. And I hope to working together with all the stakeholders towards a resilient Indian seafood export industry, contributing to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. With these words, I once again extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates and participants across the country and from the foreign embassies and missions. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Sagar Mehra ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. देवी सज्जनों, आप सभी जानते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन के अनुरूप बीते वर्षों में देश में जो निर्यात है फिश प्रोडक्ट्स का, फिशरीज का, दुगने से ज़्यादा हुआ है और भविष्य में जो संभावनाएं हैं, मंत्रालय और विभाग लगातार उस दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आप सबके सहयोग से एक समावेशी प्रयास है, सबका मिला जुला प्रयास है ये। हमने सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन में जो करंट डायनामिक्स हैं या जो भविष्य के लिए इसका रोड मैप क्या है, उसको लेकर एक शॉर्ट फिल्म तैयार की है। लेट्स वॉच दिस वीडियो ऑन सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन, करंट डायनामिक्स एंड फ्यूचर कोर्स। वीडियो प्लीज।
Holders in the fisheries sector. India today stands as a global fisheries powerhouse, contributing 8% to global fish production and ranking second in both total fish production and aquaculture. With a record 19.5 million tons in 2024-25, the sector supports nearly 30 million livelihoods. To provide focused and dedicated attention to the sector, the Government of India created a separate Department of Fisheries under the new Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. the government has made the highest ever investment of $5.39 billion through flagship schemes such as the Blue Revolution, Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Sah Yojana for strengthening production, infrastructure, innovation and fisher welfare. These schemes focus on enhancing production, modern technologies, quality infrastructure and a robust fisheries management framework through development of 34 production and processing fisheries clusters for promoting economy, innovation and market linkages. Genetic improvement programs for species diversification. Establishment of nucleus breeding centers NBC for availability of quality seeds. Adoption of technologies like RAS, biofloc, cage culture and raceways. 11 integrated aqua parks approved for end-to-end value chain solution. 937 artificial reefs approved for fish stock replenishment. Development of 100 coastal villages into climate-resilient coastal fishermen villages for socio-economic stability. 3 smart and integrated fishing harbors approved for facilitating quality fish production and exports. 21 state-of-art fish markets approved for boosting domestic consumption. 3 fisheries incubation centers established for supporting innovation and entrepreneurships. Prioritizing fishermen safety at sea through vessel communication and support system by installing 1 lakh transponders. Use of drone technology and artificial intelligence making efficient fisheries value chain. National Fisheries Digital Platform NFDP developed for digitization and formalization of the fisheries sector under PMM-KSSY. To boost India's seaweed sector, the import of high-quality germplasm has been streamlined, paving the way for large-scale cultivation and value addition. India is celebrating the World Fisheries Day 2025 with a focus on strengthening value addition in seafood exports.
आज भारत का सी फूड निर्यात भी तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। 10 साल पहले देश से 20,000 करोड़ रुपए से कम का झींगा निर्यात होता था। आज 40,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की झींगा निर्यात होता है। हमने जो ब्लू रिवॉल्यूशन स्कीम शुरू की थी, उसकी सफलता चारों तरफ दिख रही।
India is one of the largest seafood exporters globally with 4% share. India exports over 350 seafood products to 130 countries, valued at $7.45 billion. With aquaculture contributing 62% of export value, India is emerging as a hub for high-value processed seafood. Value-added seafood exports have grown by an impressive 257% in the last decade, now contributing 11% to India's export basket. Series of stakeholder engagements held under the guidance of Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying to address current challenges in marine products exports, explore alternative potential markets, deepening existing markets, investment opportunities and facilitating value addition for India's export competitiveness. During his visit to Rome, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying held discussion with his Italian counterpart and industry for strengthening cooperation and opening new avenue for Indian value-added export. Union Secretary Fisheries held meeting with South Korean counterpart for exploring opportunities of deepening Korean market for India's value-added seafood exports. The Marine Products Export Development Authority, in association with Department of Fisheries, Government of India conducted a number of stakeholder consultative meetings on seafood value addition across the country, boosting exporters' confidence and fostering value addition. Recently, Department of Fisheries hosted bilateral meetings with a number of foreign missions and embassies of trading partners in New Delhi to strengthen cooperation and bilateral seafood trade relations and technical cooperation. A national framework on traceability in fisheries and aquaculture 2025 has been developed and being released today to ensure global market compliance, strengthen certification systems and build consumer confidence. Further, to facilitate exports, the Government of India has notified comprehensive guidelines for sustainable and science-based harnessing of high-value fishery resources in the Indian exclusive economic zone and high seas. India is committed to long-term partnerships and global collaboration for a prosperous, inclusive and sustainable fisheries and aquaculture sector.
ब्लू इकोनॉमी की तरफ भारत के बढ़ते कदम की ये तस्वीर थी आपके सामने। जैसा कि आपने फिल्म में देखा देवियों सज्जनों, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने फिशरीज और एक्वाकल्चर में ट्रेसेबिलिटी पर एक नेशनल फ्रेमवर्क भी तैयार किया है। विभाग ने इसके लिए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स, फिशरीज सेक्टर के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एक्सपोर्टर्स, इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशंस, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशंस और जनरल पब्लिक से बहुत विस्तार से चर्चा के बाद इसे फाइनल रूप दिया है, जिसे आज यहाँ रिलीज किया जाना है। I will request Honorable Union Ministers to release the national framework on traceability in fisheries and aquaculture by pressing the remote button, please. निवेदन है माननीय मंत्रीगण से, रिमोट का बटन दबाकर इसे रिलीज करें।
India is world's second largest fish producer with total fish production of 19.5 million tons in 2024-25. India's fish exports reached $7.45 billion. The exporters, while complying the requirements of importing countries and the domestic consumers, are demanding for robust traceability and quality assurance systems. Quality assurance system for fish and fishery product plays pivotal role in ensuring consumer trust and confidence and fetch competitive price in export markets. In order to facilitate India's export competitiveness and enhance consumer confidence in domestic market in fish and fishery products, the Department of Fisheries, Government of India is releasing the National Framework on Traceability in Fisheries and Aquaculture 2025. The framework enables standardized digital traceability of both forward and backward fisheries and aquaculture value chain using QR codes, GPS, blockchain, RFID and cloud-based systems. IT-based traceability system will bring all the stakeholders together, enabling real-time end-to-end traceability system for tracking of fish and fish products throughout the supply chain from farm to plate and catch to consumer, identifying specific role of each stakeholder. It will strengthen fish and fishery product safety, compliance to international trade requirements. Through this framework, fisheries sector will be more transparent, sustainable, and ready for future fisheries governance.
आप सबको बधाई नेशनल फ्रेमवर्क ऑन ट्रेसेबिलिटी इन फिशरीज एंड एक्वाकल्चर के इस फ्रेमवर्क को यहाँ रिलीज किए जाने का। देवी सज्जनों, देश में सस्टेनेबल फिशरीज और एक्वाकल्चर को लेकर मंत्रालय ने कुछ बहुत महत्वपूर्ण एसओपीज और गाइडलाइंस भी तैयार की हैं। इनमें शामिल हैं एसओपीज फॉर मैरीकल्चर, गाइडलाइंस फॉर स्मार्ट एंड इंटीग्रेटेड हार्बर्स, गाइडलाइंस फॉर फिश लैंडिंग सेंटर्स, कंपेंडियम ऑफ ऑल एक्वाकल्चर गाइडलाइंस और गाइडलाइंस फॉर रिजर्वायर फिशरीज मैनेजमेंट। मैं निवेदन करूंगा माननीय मंत्रीगण से कि वे रिमोट का बटन दबाकर इन एसओपीज और गाइडलाइंस का विमोचन करने की, रिलीज करने की कृपा करें। नाउ एसओपीज एंड गाइडलाइंस फॉर सस्टेनेबल फिशरीज एंड एक्वाकल्चर इंटरवेंशंस आर बीइंग रिलीज्ड बाय ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर्स। We are grateful to Honorable Union Minister of State for releasing these SOPs and guidelines, ladies and gentlemen. जैसे कि आप जानते हैं, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी एमपीडा देश में उत्पादित सी फूड के निर्यात के लिए एक शीर्ष संस्था है और नोडल एजेंसी भी है, जिसका हेडक्वार्टर कोचीन में है। एमपीडा का इस सेक्टर में मुख्य जो फोकस एरिया है, मार्केट प्रमोशन, कैप्चर फिशरीज, कल्चर फिशरीज, प्रोसेसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड वैल्यू एडिशन, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल, रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट, इन सब को लेकर एम्पेडा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। आज इस कार्यक्रम में मंच पर एम्पेडा के चेयरमैन श्री डी वेंकटस्वामी विराजमान हैं। मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वे इस अवसर पर अपने संबोधन के लिए, अपने एड्रेस के लिए पधारें। श्री डी वेंकटस्वामी, प्लीज।
Honorable Professor S.P. Singh sir, Honorable Shri George Kurian sir, respected Secretary sir, dignitaries on the stage and dignitaries off the stage. A very good morning to all of you. I wish you all a happy Fisheries Day, and I'm very thankful on behalf of EMPEDA. EMPEDA's one of the main objective as per the act of the Parliament is promoting value addition in the marine sector. So I'm very happy that this theme is the key theme for this year's World Fisheries, the Fisheries Day. As seen in the presentation, the data shows that we export almost $7.5 billion worth of marine products from India, of which, if you compare to our competitors like Thailand, Vietnam, China, our share, if you see, like it's only 10 to 11% of our total export is value-added products. And globally, under Chapter 16, around 32 billion exports happen, and our share is roughly 800 million. So in this context, this workshop is very important for us, for EMPEDA. Recently, we have been given a task by the highest authority in India to have a roadmap. And in that process, we did 6 consultations and more than 200 participants from the industry, the research institutes, various stakeholders participated. And we have, based on their inputs, there are some challenges which the sector is facing. So if you see, typically we talk about Chapter 3 and Chapter 16 in the marine sector, but there are some products which are in the Chapter 3, but which fetch almost $45, like the AFD shrimp, which is not in Chapter 16, freeze-dried shrimps, but it is fetching almost $45. Then if you sell live fish or chilled fish through air cargo, there also you fetch better value. So that is also one of the area we need to focus. And we are also seeing that many people, entrepreneurs are into the fish capsule, the omega, the nutraceuticals, the pharma-related products. That is also one area we need to work. And coming back to sustainability, I come from the field, so I've seen in the last 2 years that there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are working on waste to wealth. Like they use the fish scale and the shrimp waste, and they are preparing collagen and various other nutraceutical materials. So India should not only focus on the breaded products, and in future we need to also focus on nutraceutical products also. Coming to the challenges, as the JS also had mentioned in the welcome speech, there are a lot of challenges in production. Unlike many other countries, India is a very informal, the informal sector is dominating, and it's more of small and marginal farmers and fishermen. So the informal sector is strong. So how do we work within this informal structures, norms, culture, and beliefs? That is a challenge. EMPEDA recently is coming out with a dealer notification. If you see, we have the exporters, we have the fishermen and farmers, but there were middlemen in between who used to actually distort the market. So considering this challenge, we have come out with a dealer notification where we will register the dealers and work with the dealers so that there's better traceability, there's better quality, and better handling of the raw material. Better handling of raw material and traceability leads to it fetches better prices. And one of the complaints which the processors always tell is about the quality of raw material. If you have to get into value addition, the quality of raw material is very important. So in this context, this dealer notification is very important. EMPEDA has a society. It has a special purpose vehicle called Netfish, which works with the fishermen on sustainability and value addition training. So we work with the fishermen very closely. It's a community-based project. Then coming to the processing, we have around 658 processing units, of which around 121 units only do this value-added products. And within that 121, only 11 of them do the breaded products. So if you see the number of people who are into this value-added products, the number of players are very less. So we need to invest more on, because many of the units across the country, they were designed for the old marine, the wild-caught material, and their capacities were small. So they need to build their capacities now. And the second thing is in case of breaded product. It's not just fish. It's not just fish or shrimp. In breaded products, the ingredients involves agriculture also. The type of breads, from where will we source the bread, whether we have that quality of bread within India, whether the domestic units are capable of manufacturing such bread sauces. Those are the challenges. The Fishery Department and EMPEDA also need to work with EPEDA and Ministry of Food Processing on building this ingredient capacity. So right now the ingredients are being imported, but there are policy challenges where there are restrictions on import of ingredients, which Fishery Department, MOFPI and EMPEDA are working together to sort out those policy issues. Now, we have production challenges, the processing challenges, but the other task is the skilling. If you see the skills of the workers, if you see the breaded products or the way they cut the fish, the skilling is a challenge. The whole sector, if you see our capacity is around 30% we are utilizing because of shortage of raw material. So the labor market, there's a challenge because we are not able to provide job to the labor throughout the year. That is one challenge. The second challenge is, even if we train them, their labor attrition is there. Once they are trained, they move to some other sector. So the exporter is not able to hold the labor. So these are some of the challenges which the exporters are facing. Coming to the skills, we are thankful to the Vietnam embassy who helped us bring some trainers from Vietnam. And last year we had a new concept called Skill Olympics. The Skill Olympics was basically on different skills in the sector. Around 2,000 workers from the plants across West Coast and East Coast, they participated, they competed, and they came to the national level to the Seafood Expo Bharat in Chennai. And our purpose was to promote skill, because the workers need to be given recognition and the skilling needs to be highlighted. So we have started the Skill Olympics, and even this year also our skill trainings are continuing. This year also we are going to train more than 2,500 workers in the factories. Coming to the infrastructure, I mentioned the infrastructure in the processing plant, but if you see, if you want to export the live fish or chilled fish, like some people argue that with me that we need to export trout from India. But by the time we transport the trout to the processing plant, it's not economical. So one way of transporting the trout is through the flight, the live or chilled fish. So if we have to export the some other species like trout or the carps to other countries, then we need to have good airport facilities, handling centers in the airport. And not only infrastructure in airport, but also we need to have 24/7 clearance. Wherever there are airports, the exporters face the challenge of 24/7 services. They need to bring the live fish at a particular point of time, which is a challenge for the live and chilled fish people. Then the MOUs, like if you see the case studies of the value-added units in many parts of India, most of the value-added products units, they have a collaboration with foreign companies. So this is a very key point, because when we have weak capability, we collaborate for technology transfer, and some of our companies have collaborated with Japanese companies, and then they are into nobashi, shrimp, or high value-added products. So with a lot of representatives from different embassies, we look forward to have better and greater engagement with the embassies to have the technology transfer. And coming to the last point, most of these countries which are doing well in the value-added products are also the countries which have a strong domestic market, where domestic consumption is also very strong for these breaded products or the cooked products, and also the export market. So, but unfortunately in India, the domestic market is very weak for such products. We need to compete because in case of chicken, it's doing well, but why not fish? We need to work on fish, which is a healthy protein compared to other meat. So with collaboration, with all of us coming together, definitely the target of enhancing from 10 to 25% in the next 3 years we can achieve. Thank you very much again for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to address this gathering. Jai Hind.
बहुत बहुत आभार ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन एम्पेडा श्री डी वेंकटेस्वामी का उनके संबोधन के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor for us that Food and Agriculture Organization, India representative Honorable Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara accepted our invitation and honored us by gracing this occasion. May I now request Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara for his address on this occasion, please. Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara.
Good morning, everyone. As always, my name is long, so just call me Taka, T-A-K-A. It's like a Bangladesh currency. I always make a joke over this. My warm greetings to the honorable ministers and Mr. Secretary, Joint Secretaries, esteemed guests on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming here, and it is a privilege to join this important and timely event organized by the ministry. And last week, FAO, together with the government of India, also organized the workshop on aquaculture, where my colleagues and Assistant Director General on the Fishery Department came to Hyderabad to talk about aquaculture. India's contribution to the global fishery sector is very crucial. It is the second largest producer in the world. And this year's theme, the India's Blue Transformation, Strengthening the Value Addition in the Seafood Export, is a timely and forward-looking. FAO, in collaboration with the Department of the Fishery and the government, Andhra Pradesh, have developed the one project on aquaculture. It will start implementing the project in Andhra Pradesh. It will promote the climate-resilient, sustainable aquaculture, benefiting the state and serving as a model for India to take forward the government of Blue Revolution. In that process, I have also visited Andhra Pradesh and observed the aquaculture processing and the production. I would like to highlight the important thing in the aquaculture in India is that, for example, taking the shrimp. It's very difficult to automate the cleaning the shrimp. To take off the shell, take off the guts, it's very difficult to automate. So as a result, thousands of the young women being recruited and hired by the processing plant in the aquaculture. It creates huge amount of the job creation opportunities for rural women. Otherwise, we'd never been had such opportunity to work in the environment. And one other important thing is the I would like to highlight is AMR, antimicrobial resistance. Actually, still we are facing the issue of the use of the sort of drugs. And we need to highlight in order to produce in the safe food, and then FAO and the India government is working closely to address the AMR issues. In that process also, we are focusing on the reduce of the use of the chemical for the preservation. So we really like to highlight the importance of the processing and the value chain development in the future. Now, currently, FAO, together with the government of India, starting the Blue Port Initiative, which we see that in a future investment in the modernize the ports. So then this will create a huge investment opportunity for the private sector. We are also planning to develop a project on a capture fisheries with the government of India, which also like to see the blended finance to finance the modernize the industry of the fisher folks. In addition, as Director Empeda mentioned about the promoting domestic market, which is a key issue in the future and the fisheries sector in India. So we are happy to also promote this aspect of the domestic market development. Finally, on behalf of FAO, I would like to reaffirm FAO's commitment to working together with the ministry to promote further blue transformation and then strengthen the value addition in the seafood export. Thank you very much.
We are grateful to Mr. Takayuki, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO India representative, for his encouraging words and his gracious presence. अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा भारत सरकार के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज के सचिव डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखे जी से कि वे इस अवसर पर अपने संबोधन के लिए पधारी। ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखे जी।
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Excellencies and High Commissioners from various countries, stakeholders, friends and colleagues, on the occasion of the World Fisheries Day, I welcome you all to today's function on strengthening value addition in seafood exports. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to our Honorable Union Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Ministry of Panchayati Raj, as well as our Honorable Ministers of State for their leadership and guidance in making the World Fisheries Day 2025 function in New Delhi a reality. This event, as we all know and has been mentioned by the previous speakers, aligns with the Honorable Prime Minister of India's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 for a very vibrant and sustainable fisheries sector, an ecologically healthy, economically viable, and socially inclusive fisheries sector that contributes to the economic prosperity and well-being of 30 million fishers, fish farmers, and stakeholders, while ensuring food and nutritional security for the nation in a very sustainable and responsible manner. We are all aware that India's seafood exports continue to play a pivotal role in the national economy. As has been mentioned, India is the third largest fish producing country in the world and contributes about 8% to the global fish production. On average, annually, the growth rate of the fisheries sector in India is 9%. We are a major aquaculture player in the world, ranking second globally. We are also one of the major seafood exporters, contributing 4% to the global seafood exports. Export earnings from fisheries and aquaculture sector has reached 1.68 million tons with an export value of 7.45 billion, as you saw in the video. We export to over 130 countries. But the most important fact is that in the past 1 decade, our export volumes have increased by 60% and our export value has grown by 88%. And all these initiatives in seafood exports, building robust infrastructure, has been made possible by investments, as was shown in the video, to the extent of $5.31 billion US billion since 2015 in our flagship programs, which includes, more importantly, formalization and digitization of the fisheries sector. India's fisheries sector shows strong regional patterns, and this is very important for all you to know, that about 76% of seafood exports originate from 5 top coastal states, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Gujarat, which also host 77% of the country's processing infrastructure. This is very important. Likewise, nearly 73% of inland fish production comes from the leading inland states of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Assam, and Telangana. And therefore, one challenge before us is to fully leverage this regional diversity, which is a pressing need to take a comprehensive export mapping of inland and emerging species in inland areas such as trout, tilapia, pangasius, murrels, ornamental fishes, pampano, sea bass, and copia. It is this kind of export mapping in inland states which will enable targeted development, improved resource management, and strategic expansion of species with a very strong export potential. The second issue, which I think is important to note, is that global trade in high-value tuna and tuna-like species is nearly USD $18 billion. And India would like to be a significant partner in this entire share by strengthening value addition, traceability, and processing efficiency. We all saw that we have come out with a national traceability framework. Now, this framework requires a very robust traceability system, which includes critical tracking events, key data elements, reliable raw material supply, and very urgent modernization of our processing plants, as was mentioned by Chairman Mpida. We need to have more IQF units, we need to have more freeze-drying equipment, cooking and canning lines, breaded and battered product lines, filling lines, advanced packaging, upgraded cold chain, and we have taken the initiative of bringing in, with FAO's collaboration, smart and integrated harbors to strengthen our post-harvest management systems. And of course, skill development is also important, as was mentioned by Chairman Mpida. So India has immense potential to become a seafood processing hub, shifting from whole fish exports to high-value prepared and preserved products. And this will enable our country to raise our value-added exports from the current 11% to 30% in the next 5 years. India's seafood reaches more than 130 countries. To further deepen our presence in international markets, the Department of Fisheries is working very closely with Mpida and the Export Inspection Council to promote and strengthen Indian seafood exports. Mpida, under the Ministry of Commerce, supports exporters through registration, quality enhancement, capacity building, participation in global trade fairs, buyer-seller interactions. And EIC ensures that India's seafood meets stringent international quality and safety standards. Sagar Mehraji, Joint Secretary, also mentioned our commitment to sustainability and conservation, which remains absolutely unwavering. We have launched a marine mammal stock assessment project. We have initiated the turtle excluder devices in trawl nets to align with global ecological standards. We have a very robust national surveillance program for aquatic animal disease, and we are also looking at disease-free zones in the future. At the same time, the National Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, which was mentioned by the representative of FAO, is also being implemented to strengthen biosecurity, disease monitoring, and responsible health management in aquaculture. In fact, as far as the oceans and seas are concerned, under the Go Litter National Action Plan, we are actively trying to reduce marine plastic pollution, promoting responsible waste management, and raising awareness among coastal communities. Very recently, and I'm very happy to share this with you, we have also notified the rules to ensure sustainable harnessing of marine resources in India's exclusive economic zone. Excellencies, in today's function, I'd like to sort of assure you that India remains fully committed to meeting the compliance requirements and regulatory expectations of all importing countries, ensuring that our seafood exports demonstrate the highest standards of safety, sustainability, and traceability. As we move forward, I once again extend my warm welcome to all participants. I am hopeful that through our shared vision, dedication, and collective commitment, and also the technical sessions that we are going to have after lunch, we will continue to build a fisheries sector that is prosperous, sustainable, resilient, and truly inclusive for every stakeholder. Thank you all, and wishing everybody a very happy Fisheries World Day 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Abhar Sachi Mahodeka, Dr. Abhilakshi Likhijeka. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to request Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Dr. Shri George Kurianji, for his address on this occasion. Honorable Minister, sir.
Professor S.P.C. Bagelji, MOS Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Dr. Abhilakshi Likhiji, Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Mr. Takayuki Hajiwara, FAO India Representative, Sri D.V. Swami, Chairman, Impida, Sri Sahar Megara, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Ms. Needu Prasad, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Ambassadors of Thailand, High Commissioner of Malaysia, Ambassador of Iceland, High Commissioner of New Zealand, officials from different states, exporters, sisters and brothers. First of all, warm greeting and best wishes to all on the occasion of World Fisheries Day. At the same time, 3 core fishers, fish farmers, and related activities those who are doing, and following the vision and mission of our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, for this developing India in 2047, a developed India. And fisheries, we know that it is a vital pillar of our economy, supporting livelihood and nutrition. And it is recognized as a sunrise sector, because always our Prime Minister say that this sector is growing. It is 9% of growth is there at IT sector. After IT sector, this fisheries sector is growing. Since 2014, the government of India is developing this field, because planning and activities. You can see that in 2019, the Fisheries Ministry was formed, 2019. Before that, the schemes were introduced. First, we can see that Blue Revolution, then FIDF, PMMSY, and Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Yojana. It creates employment and livelihood opportunities. See, now this country is the second producer of fish in the world. That 8% of our contribution is 8%. And see this increase of our production. 10 years before, it was 95 lakh ton. Now it is 195 lakh ton. That means 104% of increase. And we can see that this fisheries aquaculture production, this impressive growth, that is 142% of increase is there. It was 61 lakh to 147 lakhs in India. And last 10 years, we are focusing on the small farmers, sustainability and efficient resource use. And the export, MPDA chairman is sitting here, Mr. Sami. I appreciate the MPDA that our export doubled 30,000 crores to 62,000 crores. Now we are planning and we expect our it will reach 1 lakh crore rupees in 2030. We are working for that. And it is now we are focusing because till now the growth was increasing, quantity we was focusing on this quantity. Now at the same time increasing the quantity, that quality also will be there. For that we are trying for all aspects this infrastructure development. That is fishing harbor and landing centers, drones, fishing vessels, transponders, aqua parks, processing unit, climate resilient villages, integrated fishermen villages, and all modern technologies, including modern market, the state-of-art markets also we are introducing. And in the field of this quality to improving quality and economic values, for that all kinds of modern technologies, avoiding all chemicals and antibiotics. For this, we are strengthening our laboratories, testing and certification system, traceability mechanism, promoting eco-labeling and sustainable practice, branding also. That is why we are looking forward for the increasing our export. Mr. Sami mentioned that this domestic market, 100 crore people are this fish consuming, 100 crores of people in India, they are consuming fish. This is the largest market in the world. We are concentrating that. No other, I think, even if we take Europe, the population is 27 crores, and America it is 33 crores. See, in India, 100 crores people, they are consuming this fish. And India's economic zone has enormous untapped potentials. See, in 2025-26, our budget, the Finance Minister, Ms. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, announced a new framework for the sustainable harnessing fisheries from EEZ, the high sea, especially around Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep. See this vision of our Prime Minister to develop India, declare India or this Viksit Bharat, developed modern India in 2047. For that, contribution from all sectors, I am proud of saying that it is, he himself said that it is the second sector. This after IT, it is the second, this fisheries is second. At the same time, our cabinet minister, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh, he is guiding to that direction also. Once again, I request all people, stakeholders, vishers, especially this cooperative federalism, your support from the states. I want to mention that. All the states, they are trying their best, especially it is said that it is in the southern state, in the marine fisheries sector, and the northern the states in aquaculture, freshwater, this fisheries. I express gratitude to these states for different states for cooperating with the center, and we are going together. Once again, to all people all connected to this field, I wish best wishes on the World Fisheries Day. Thank you very much.
We are grateful to Honorable Union Minister of State, Shri Jaj Kurian ji, for his motivating words and guidance. अब मैं विनम्रतापूर्वक आमंत्रित करूंगा माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री मत्स्य पालन, पशुपालन, डेयरी और पंचायती राज डॉक्टर एसपी सिंह बघेल जी को उनके संबोधन के लिए. Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel ji.
वर्ल्ड फिशरी डे 2025 के इस कार्यक्रम में डाइस पर विराजमान हमारे कुलीग और मित्र जॉर्ज कुरियन साहब, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट ऑफ फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरी एंड माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लेखी जी, श्री सागर मेहरा जी, मिस नीतू कुमारी प्रसाद, श्री डोडा वेंकटा स्वामी, चेयरमैन मेरीन प्रोडक्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, डॉक्टर मिस्टर टोक्योकी हगवेर, डॉक्टर जैना साहब, विजय कुमार बेहरा साहब, एम्बेसडर ऑफ थाईलैंड, High Commissioner of Malaysia, Ambassador of Iceland, High Commissioner of New Zealand, Deputy Ambassador of Indonesia, foreign delegates, our partners, stakeholders, government officials, exporters, fishermen, पत्रकार साथियों, भारत सरकार के फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट ने 21 नवंबर 1997 से फिशरी डे को मनाने का निर्णय लिया है. उसके 4 महीने बाद मैं पहली बार एमपी हो गया, तो मेरी पॉलिटिकल एज और फिशरी डे बराबर चल रहा है. दोनों को 29 साल हो गए. फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट हर साल बना ही रहा है, लेकिन अब कुछ गोल भी हम लोग तय कर रहे हैं और इस बात की पुष्टि कि इस क्षेत्र के सस्टेनेबल और इंक्लूसिव विकास के प्रति विभाग अटूट रूप से प्रतिबद्ध है. इस वर्ष हम निर्यात में वैल्यू एडिशन को और मजबूत करने, स्ट्रेटनिंग वैल्यू एडिशन इन एक्सपोर्ट के विषय में एकत्र हुए हैं. ये विषय किसी भी फूड सेक्टर की सफलता के लिए बहुत अच्छी संभावनाएं रखता है. मैं एक्सपोर्टर से इंडस्ट्रीज से कहना चाहूँगा कि जीएसटी में कई मामले में फिशरी सेक्टर में छूट दी गई है. ये इस बात का प्रतीक है कि यदि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2019 में एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट से फिशरी, डेयरी, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री को अलग करके एक मंत्रालय बनाया है, तो उसका वो ध्यान भी रख रहे हैं। हम आपको आश्वस्त करते हैं कि निर्यात के विषय में एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन मिशन कैबिनेट ने मंजूर किया है, और आपको आश्वस्त करेंगे कि निर्यात के विषय में, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के विषय में सरकार और विभाग आपका पूरा ध्यान रखेंगे। हम जानते हैं कि भारत का फिशरी और एक्वाकल्चर नेशनल डेवलपमेंट का एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पिलर है। 2047 में प्रधानमंत्री भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र, नंबर 1 इकोनॉमी या सुपर पावर देखना चाह रहे हैं, तो वो इस डिपार्टमेंट के सहयोग से ही यह सब पूरा हो पाएगा, फिशरी सेक्टर से। फूड सिक्योरिटी एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एक्सपोर्ट में बड़ा योगदान देता है। लगभग 8% की ग्लोबल शेयर के साथ भारत दुनिया का सेकंड लार्जेस्ट फिश प्रोड्यूसर है। 24-25 के दौरान 7.45 बिलियन अमेरिकन डॉलर एक्सपोर्ट वैल्यू के साथ फिशरीज एंड फिश प्रोडक्ट का एक प्रमुख हम एक्सपोर्टर हैं। वर्तमान में फिशरीज सेक्टर में 3 करोड़ से अधिक फिशरमैन को हम डायरेक्ट सपोर्ट करते हैं, और इसके अतिरिक्त वैल्यू चेन में करोड़ों लोगों को सपोर्ट करता है। देश की नेशनल जो फूड न्यूट्रिशन सिक्योरिटी है और ग्लोबल सी फूड बाज़ारों में इसका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। एग्रीकल्चर के सपोर्टिंग सेक्टर में मुझे लगता है कि एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरी के साथ फिशरीज सबसे तेजी के साथ प्रगति करने वाले सेक्टर में है। 2014-15 और 2024-25 के बीच हमने उल्लेखनीय प्रगति की है। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट 60% से बढ़कर 10.51 लाख मीट्रिक टन से 16.9 लाख मीट्रिक हो गया है, 1.5 गुनी वृद्धि हुई है। एक्सपोर्ट वैल्यू 88% से बढ़कर 33,441 करोड़ से 62,408 करोड़ रुपए हो गया। ये भी लगभग डबल हो गया। भारत सरकार की विभिन्न योजनाएं और नीतियों के माध्यम से इस महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र को मजबूत करने के लिए सरकार प्रयास कर रही है। फिशरी क्षेत्र में 2015 से अब तक 38,572 करोड़ रुपए का रिकॉर्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट किया जा चुका है। प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना के तहत प्रोडक्शन एंड प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाने, बेसिक इंफ्राटेक को मजबूत करने, कोल्ड चेन सुविधाएं देना, क्लस्टर बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ग्रोथ पर जोर दिया जा रहा है। फिशरीज एंड एक्वाकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड के अंतर्गत प्रोसेसिंग, स्टोरेज और वैल्यू एडिशन में इन्वेस्टमेंट को सुगम बनाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य किसान समृद्धि सह योजना के अंतर्गत ग्लोबल मार्केट में कंपटीशन में सुधार, ट्रेसिबिलिटी, सर्टिफिकेशन और डिजिटल पहल की परिकल्पना की गई है। हमारा विभाग भारत सरकार ने में कई मत्स्य प्रबंधन और सस्टेनेबल एक्टिविटीज़ को शुरू किया है, जिसमें तट पर आर्टिफिशियल रीफ्स स्थापित करना, रीचिंग प्रोग्राम्स, सीवीड्स की खेती, डिस्ट्रक्टिव फिशिंग प्रैक्टिस को रोकना, सीजनल फिशिंग बैन शामिल है। भारत सरकार मत्स्य उत्पादकों की ट्रेसिबिलिटी और सर्टिफिकेशन पर जोर देते हुए ऑटोमेशन और इको फ्रेंडली सुविधाएं, एनर्जी एफिशिएंट और अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन के साथ ब्लू पोर्ट्स और स्मार्ट फिशिंग हार्बर भी शुरू कर रहे हैं। इन्हीं प्रयासों से हमारा मछली उत्पादन 13-14 में 9.6 मिलियन टन से बढ़कर 24-25 में 19.5 मिलियन टन हो गया है। ये आंकड़े अपने आप बोल रहे हैं कि इस सेक्टर में हमने कितनी प्रगति की है। 24-25 के दौरान हमारी मछली और मत्स्य एक्सपोर्ट 16.9 लाख मीट्रिक टन पहुंच गया है, जिसका वैल्यू 62,400 करोड़ रुपए 7.45 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर है। 2024-25 के दौरान हमारे की मार्केट्स अमेरिका 34.5%, चाइना 18.7%, यूरोपीय संघ 14%, जापान और वियतनाम 5.4% थे, जो हमारे बढ़ते ग्लोबल फुटप्रिंट को दर्शाता है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों से हमने अपने ट्रेनिंग पार्टनर्स में डाइवर्सिटी लाने और उनका विस्तार करने का प्रयास किया है। साथ ही हमने अपनी प्रोडक्ट कैटेगरीज में भी डाइवर्सिटी लाने का प्रयास किया है। हमें हाई वैल्यू प्रोसेसिंग, कोल्ड चेन में इन्वेस्टमेंट, पैकेजिंग में इम्प्रूवमेंट हमने किया और प्रोडक्ट्स की सेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाने के लिए भी कदम उठाए हैं। इन्हीं प्रयासों के फलस्वरूप हमारे ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर्स की संख्या 100 से बढ़कर 130 देशों तक पहुंच गई है और रजिस्टर्ड एक्सपोर्टर्स की संख्या में भी बहुत वृद्धि हुई है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आज के इस जो टेक्निकल सेशन लंच के बाद शुरू होगा, हम कुछ न कुछ विचार विमर्श से, नॉलेज एक्सचेंज से, वैचारिक मंथन से कुछ न कुछ ऐसा अमृत निकालेंगे जो इस सेक्टर के लिए बहुत कामयाब हो। मैं फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स का स्वागत करता हूं, सारे फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी का, एक्सपोर्टर्स का, ICAR के साइंटिस्ट का, रिसर्चर्स का। आप यहाँ पर आए हैं और हम कुछ रोड मैप तैयार करेंगे और जो टारगेट है हमारा 2030 तक हमें इनलैंड में कितना करना है, हमारे एक्सपोर्ट में इनलैंड कितने % है, हमारे एक्सपोर्ट में प्रोसेस किए हुए फूड का कितने % है। तो जब तक कोई लक्ष्य निर्धारित नहीं करेंगे और उस लक्ष्य का पीछा नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। आज के कार्यक्रम के लिए ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को, अपने डिपार्टमेंट को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, पूरे मंत्रालय को, कि उन्होंने एक सफल कार्यक्रम किया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय मंत्री महोदय प्रोफेसर SP सिंह बघेल जी का। देवियों सज्जनों, माननीय केंद्रीय मत्स्य पालन, पशुपालन और डेयरी तथा पंचायती राज मंत्री श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह उर्फ ललन सिंह जी किन्हीं अपरिहार्य कारणों से यहाँ इस कार्यक्रम में नहीं आ सके, लेकिन इस आयोजन के लिए उन्होंने अपना वीडियो संदेश भेजा है। Ladies and gentlemen, this video message is in Hindi, but for our guest from abroad, we have arranged its translation in English also. You can just use the instrument, the headphone, to get its English version. I will request the technical team to play the video message of Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji alias Lalan Singh Ji, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj.
विश्व मात्स्यिकी दिवस 2025 के आज के समारोह में उपस्थित मेरे सहयोगी प्रोफेसर SP सिंह बघेल जी, श्री जॉर्ज कुरियन साहब, सचिव श्री अभिलक्ष लेखी जी, विभिन्न देश के उच्चायोग के प्रतिनिधि पदाधिकारीगण, इम्पेडा के चेयरमैन, संयुक्त सचिव श्रीमती नीतू प्रसाद जी, श्री सागर मेहरा जी, NFDB के CEO श्री विजय कुमार बेहरा जी, FAO, विश्व बैंक, FD, जायका, ADB एवं अन्य अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों के प्रतिनिधिगण, मछुआरा बंधुओं, मत्स्य पालक बंधुओं, मीडिया के प्रतिनिधिगण एवं उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, मैं इस सम्मेलन में स्वयं उपस्थित रहना चाहता था, लेकिन कुछ अपरिहार्य कारणों से उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहा हूं। इस सम्मेलन की, इस समारोह की सफलता के लिए मैं आप सबों को शुभकामना देता हूं। आज के इस समारोह के थीम इंडियाज ब्लू ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, स्ट्रेंथनिंग वैल्यू एडिशन इन सी फूड को ध्यान में रखते हुए यह कार्यक्रम वैल्यू एडिशन, निर्यात में वैश्विक और सस्टेनेबल प्रोसेसिंग एवं वैल्यू एडिशन टेक्नोलॉजी में सभी हितधारकों के लिए एक कन्वर्जेंस प्लेटफॉर्म के रूप में कार्य करेगा। इसी उद्देश्य के साथ इस समारोह का आयोजन किया गया है और इस समारोह का थीम रखा गया है। आज के समय यदि हमारे निर्यात को बढ़ाना है और मछुआरे भाइयों, मत्स्य पालक किसानों भाइयों को उचित मूल्य मिले और उसके साथ साथ हमारे सी फूड में हमारे देश के सी फूड का निर्यात बढ़े, इससे ध्यान में रखते हुए आज के इस समारोह का थीम रखा गया है। आज हम पूरे विश्व में मछली उत्पादन में दूसरे स्थान पर हैं और उस अनुपात में हम देखें तो हमारे निर्यात में हम जो योगदान देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में कर सकते हैं वो हम अभी तक नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। हमको इस लक्ष्य को बढ़ाना है। मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि आप सभी इस अवसर पर गंभीर मंथन और चिंतन करके एक कोऑर्डिनेटेड मैकेनिज्म विकसित करेंगे ताकि हम निर्यात को आगे बढ़ा सकें। और अगर हमको निर्यात को आगे बढ़ाना है तो इम्पेडा और निर्यातकों के बीच में एक बेहतर समन्वय की आवश्यकता है, एक कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट की जरूरत है। और हम समझते हैं कि आज के इस समारोह में आप इस एफर्ट पर भी विचार करेंगे ताकि किस तरह विकसित किया जा सके समन्वय को इम्पेडा के बीच और निर्यातकों के बीच, क्योंकि इम्पेडा और निर्यातकों के बीच बेहतर से बेहतर समन्वय आवश्यक है। वैल्यू चेन विकसित करने पर विचार करेंगे, बेहतर पैकेजिंग की व्यवस्था कैसे हो इस पर विचार करेंगे और अनेक देशों के बाजार आज एफटीए जो फॉरेन ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ है भारत के साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की पहल से, उसके कारण विश्व के कई देशों का बाजार आज हमारे निर्यात को बढ़ावा देने के लिए खुला है। आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि उस देश की जो आवश्यकता है, उस देश की जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, उस रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार हम अपनी मैकेनिज्म को डेवलप करें। वैल्यू चेन एडिशन कैसे हो, बेहतर पैकेजिंग कैसे हो, और इस दिशा में मैं समझता हूं कि यह समारोह काफी अच्छी सफलता लेकर आएगा। एक बेहतर निष्कर्ष इस समारोह के माध्यम से निकलेगा ताकि हम आगे अपने निर्यात को बढ़ा सकें। और इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ पुनः इस समारोह की सफलता के लिए मेरी हार्दिक शुभकामनाओं के साथ सबको नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी उर्फ ललन सिंह जी का हृदय से आभार उनके वीडियो मैसेज के लिए। अब मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया में ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी नीतू कुमारी प्रसाद जी को आभार ज्ञापित करने के लिए। फॉर वोट ऑफ थैंक्स, नीतू कुमारी प्रसाद जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया।
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. On behalf of Department of Fisheries, Government of India, it is my privilege to extend our sincere gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this celebration of World Fisheries Day 2025 a resounding success. At the outset, I convey my heartfelt thanks to Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, for gracing us with his presence and sharing such insightful and inspiring words around the sector. I am also grateful to Professor S.P. Baghel ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, for his valuable perspective on fisheries and aquaculture, which have enriched today's deliberations. Shri George Kurian, Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Minority Affairs, Government of India, for his passion, dedication and constant support, which has been a driving force for all of us. I extend my deep appreciation to the ambassadors from various countries and representatives of international organizations for their gracious presence and encouraging words. I am thankful to Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Secretary Government of India, whose vision and leadership have been instrumental in guiding the organization of this event and ensuring its success. I also thank Dr. Swami, Chairman Empada, Dr. Jena, DDG ICR, and Dr. Taka for taking time out from their busy schedule and being here. I extend my thanks to Sri Sagar Mehra, Joint Secretary, Government of India, and Vijay Behra, Chief Executive Officer, NFDB, who have put long hours to make this event a success. I warmly thank the seafood exporters who have joined us today for their participation, which reflects the true spirit of the celebration. Finally, I extend my deepest appreciation to the officials of Department of Fisheries and NFDB, members of the press and media, the staff of Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, and all those who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neetu Kumari Prasad ji, Joint Secretary, Marine Fisheries, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. देवियों सज्जनों, वर्ल्ड फिशरीज डे 2025 के अवसर पर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने जो पूरे दिन का एक इवेंट, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, उसका ये उद्घाटन सत्र है जो अपने अंतिम चरण में है. बिफोर वी कंक्लूड द इनॉग्रल सेशन, आई वुड लाइक टू इन्फॉर्म यू दैट आफ्टर लंच at 2 p.m. we have two very important technical sessions one by one, and I will request all of you to please attend these sessions. सभी stakeholders, आपकी बात और आपके कमेंट्स, आपके सजेशंस उसमें सभी शेयर किए जाएंगे, और इसलिए आप सबसे मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट ज़रूर करूंगा कि आप इन दोनों टेक्निकल सेशंस में ज़रूर अपनी प्रेजेंस को इंश्योर करें. अब समय है राष्ट्रगान का, सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल टू प्लीज राइज for the national anthem of India, ladies and gentlemen.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will request all of you to please remain seated for few more minutes. And there will be a group photograph on the stage. So I will invite all the Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners representatives of World Bank, ADB, AFD, GIZ, and JICA, and other international agencies, and also the senior-most officers of all the participating states and UTs. I will request all of you to please be on a stage for a group photograph. Please. All the dignitaries sitting over here from different embassies. The exporters are also requested to be on a stage for a group photograph. All the exporters, I will request you all to please come on a stage for a group photograph. Honorable Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners, senior-most officers from the state governments and the UTs, and of course, the Government of India, and all the exporters. For exporters, we can have a second group photograph. So please, just wait for a few seconds. All the exporters, please wait for a few seconds. We have another group for the exporters. So I will request all of you to please put your hands together to wish all the best to all these dignitaries, exporters, stakeholders, every guest, and every distinguished persons sitting over here for the success of World Fisheries Day 2025 celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. And now I will request the exporters to be on a stage for a group photograph. Please. After this group photograph, we have a lunch break, and this is just for your information. We want to share with you that honorable ministers, dignitaries on dais, all the VIPs, and senior officers from the Government of India, state governments, UTs, up to director level, they will have their lunch in the banquet hall number 2, that is Shakuntalam, at the ground floor. And for other dignitaries and guests, lunch will be served at the banquet hall number 1, Nalanda, at ground floor. So I will request you to join for lunch, but please ensure that at 2 p.m., before 2, it will be better if you come back to your seats and participate in the first session, technical session, and after that we will have a second technical session. On behalf of Department of Fisheries, Government of India, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to all of you. Mananiya Professor S.P. Singh Baghel ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj. Honorable George Kurian ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Minority Affairs. Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi ji, Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Department of Fisheries, Government of India में Joint Secretaries Sagar Mehra ji and Neetu Kumari Prasad ji, Shri D. Venkataswamy, Chairman MPEDA, Mr. Taka Yuki, India Representative, Food and Agriculture Organization, Dr. Joy Krishna Jaina ji, Deputy Director General Fisheries, ICAR, and Dr. Vijay Kumar Behra ji, Chief Executive, National Fisheries Development Board, और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार. We are grateful to all the excellencies, honorable ambassadors, high commissioners, and representatives of all the embassies in Delhi, and all the representatives of world organizations. We are grateful to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us in this World Fisheries Day 2025 celebration.
Muhammad Dawood Said, and then Sri Alex Nainan, Sri Mr. Siraj Dosani, Ranjit Sushilan, MSc India, Ms. Richa Gupta, Mr. Ganesh Nakwa, and Madhu Mr. Madhu Verma, Sea Continent Marines. Kindly occupy the seats on the dais. Alex, here. Ranjit, over there. Madhu Verma, please sit. Mr. Siraj Dosani? Siraj Dosani, he has not arrived. We have one more panel member to arrive. Sir, shall we start? You can start. Yeah. So, expecting the next member to arrive, we will start the session. The technical session 1, it's on the theme enhancing growth through value addition in fisheries and aquaculture. We have the honor of having the chairs, Sri Sagar Mehra, Joint Secretary, Inland Fisheries, and Sri Dev Swami, Chairman, MPDA, as the co-chairs of the session. And we have the panel members with us, Mr. Pawan Kumar, Mr. Muhammad Dawood Said, Mr. Alex Nainan, Mr. Siraj Dosani, Dr. Ranjit Sushilan, Richa Gupta, founder Aqua Beats India, and Mr. Madhu Verma. So this session is among the two sessions, an important session, actually a kind of a government, it's a focus on government-industry dialogue on deepening the global seafood market through value addition, product diversification, branding, and traceability. So we have the co-chairs, Sri D.V. Swami, the Chairman MPDA, and I think we need no introduction about the Chairman MPDA and his role in the development of seafood export promotion and seafood trade, and in general fisheries development. And we have Sagar Mehra sir, our Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, and sir is steering the sections on aquatic, inland aquaculture, fisheries, and including the aquatic animal health and the aquatic animal disease monitoring, as well as the trade and export promotion. Sir, this I leave it to the chairs to take forward this session. Sir, Sagar sir.
Thank you, Koya. I welcome all the captains from industry, researchers, and the senior officers from the state fisheries departments, my colleagues from the department. This first session in the afternoon is with the theme that how do we enhance growth through value addition. Presently, as was discussed in the inaugural session, we are exporting seafood worth $7.4 billion. But if you look at the composition of our exports, they are loaded in favor of one species, that is Venamai shrimp. And also what we export is only 10% of the total export, that is 0.74 billion. Out of 7.4 billion, only 0.74 billion is, only around 11 to 12% is value-add products. Whereas our competitors like Vietnam, Thailand, China, the share of value-add products in their export basket constitutes from 30% to 70%. So there is a whole lot of scope. Without producing more, how we can take up the value add, how we can enhance the share of value add products in our export basket and earn more. But this target comes with quite a few challenges, because almost all the export markets, not in our case, with other exporters also, now the export markets, they are insisting on 3-4 things. That you give me the sustainability, you give me the traceability, you provide me the quality. So these are 3-4 pillars. And the fourth one, which is again a challenge in our case, that majority of our seafood is going without any brand India per se. Either we are sending under known name or we are putting the wrapper of the importer only. So to enhance the share of value add products and as well as to diversify the export basket, presently most of the products, they are coming from coastal areas, brackish water aquaculture, with very small share from the catch or from the inland side. So we also have a challenge to diversify the basket, that in addition to shrimp, how we can add to the basket the freshwater species which are happening in our inland states, starting from Punjab down to Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh. So how we can make it happen? And these 3-4 challenges, 3-4 issues which are being insisted by all the importing markets, together along with the farmers, producers, aggregators, processors, and finally the exporters. How do we weave these 3-4 things, sustainability, traceability, quality, branding, in the entire export value chain, that we get to tap the markets? For this thing, for this very purpose, we are invited in the first session. We want to hear out from the industry, processors, those who are already into it, those who are hands on it and facing all these challenges on the daily basis. That what are the challenges and issues which we need to address through schemes, programs, with bilateral talks, working out the sanitary issues. We want to hear out from the industry and at our level in the ministry, in the department, how we can take up these issues at different forum, bilaterally or at some other forum. In any market, apart from tariff issues, there might be some sanitary issues, because issues are everywhere. So industry is with us. What support policymakers, we in the department can provide to the exporters, to the innovators? What are the strategies, what are the components, activities which can be included in the schemes, the second phase of PMMSY? Although we have already included a special allocation and special chapter for supporting export promotion, branding, etc. On the production side also, we have included quite a few new latest, IoT, AI, DL, ML, all these technologies we have included, but there might be still many more which may be, requiring inclusion to meet out the compliances, regulatory requirements of the different importing markets. So with these, opening remarks, I, request my colleague co-chair Shri D.V. Swamiji to share his insights before we, invite the panelists to share their views, suggestions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sagarji. On this occasion, I would also like to congratulate Mr. Pavan Garu for getting elected as the seafood president for the second term. And also we have Mr. Siraj Dosani, who has been elected as the SCA president Mumbai. So we need to congratulate them. So adding to what Mr. Mehra highlighted, if you see the incentive mechanisms, like it's a single species and a single market dominated sector. So why are we selling to a single market? Because it fetches us higher unit value, which my industry friends would agree. So since it fetches higher value, the production systems over a period of 15 to 20 years, the investments have been made looking at the market, the US market mainly. So now if we need to diversify, then we need to understand why they are not able to diversify. So when I ask the why question, like suppose we say that we need to export tilapia, but when it comes to tilapia, if you compare to China, which is one of the top player, we have almost $1 disadvantage when it comes to competitiveness. So in terms of numbers of exporters and the plants, I think we have a great capacity. And in fact, we are having less, the capacity utilization is only 30%. So this capacity, we need to understand this because these are all market related things. When we ask exporters to do something, we need to understand their challenges, their pain points. So they have set up a factory, they have only 30% of capacity because raw material is not, sufficient raw material is not available. Then they need to manage their working capital. So then there's a labor problem and other challenges. So within that, if we ask them to do value-added products. So if you see, that's why around 121 units out of 658 have value-added products, and the breaded products are only 11. So there's a challenge. There's a challenge here for them to do value-added product. So if you look at this products, one is the breaded product and ready to eat kind of products. Already we have capacity there. So we need to see what is missing. Like the ingredients they need to import, or the skill of the labor, the way we pack, the consumer, like in one of the shows in Kolkata, we found the breadcrumbs. The Vietnam team had almost 60 breadcrumb types. And for China, it is a specific, for Japan, it's a specific breadcrumbs. It's not just like a breadcrumb which is used in any of our local markets. So, as per the consumer, you need to have the breadcrumbs. And the sauce which they use, the tomato or something, would be specifically from somewhere in Mexico or some other country. So then again, if we have to use that sauce, then we need to have the traceability for the whole tomato sauce within the country. So then it's a very complex challenge. The exporter would not be able to just overnight start. And people who have started, as I highlighted in the morning, are people who have collaborations with other countries, other companies, and then they've slowly learned how to do it. And others are also following them. So, like even almost 1 billion, one is the, this 800 million is only chapter 16, but we are doing other products also. So the one is existing, how to go from the existing level to the next level. The next thing is the niche kind of products. The niche kind of products also, like like we have the trout, from the rainbow trout, Himalayan trout, how to brand those niche products. That is where one place where even Empeda has very limited exposure to that kind of product. This year we were able to export crab, mud crab from Odisha under the climate resilient project which the FAO representative was highlighting in the morning. So how do we market these kind of products? Because if you see the global market, the consumers, the younger consumers are looking for more sustainably sourced product. So right now the crab which we are exporting or the sustainably grown products, we are not marketing them as the niche products which are sourced ethically, which are sourced socially responsibly. Those kind of branding is not. So that is one thing also the speakers can speak. Then apart from the shrimp and fish, we also have this, one of our speakers is from the fish meal and fish oil. The challenge is we have a sector where conflicting interests are there. Like the people sitting this side will talk, marine sector would say that there should be no fish meal. Then the fish meal person says that we need to have fish meal also because it's a better management of the trash fish or other things. So then the fish oil also, I've seen that lot of people are getting into this fish oil, omega, all those things they're getting in, and the nutraceutical parts. And one good thing which I have seen is waste to wealth. Now we have the produce is just wasted, the shells or the fish scales. People, recently in one of the meeting in Mumbai, I heard somebody who is or Gujarat in Veraval, they're importing the fish scales from outside and then adding value here and as collagen or chitin, all these products, shrimp paste, lot of things are happening. So we need to, right now we are taking the shrimp path, somewhere down the line we need to think about India as a highly value added product also in the nutraceuticals and pharma related sector also. So in this context, this workshop is really useful. I hope the speakers would not, even if they make a single point, I request them to make specific points. Because most of the general points we know, you can tell about your pain points. You can tell about your pain points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji. Before I invite the panelists, let me welcome Joint Secretary from Ministry of Food Processing, Shri Praveen ji. He is with us. So, because he is an important stakeholder when we are talking about value-add products, I think that is the ministry, at the top, which all processors and other people they look for. So, the first topic allotted to me is diversification and innovation in value-added fish and seafood products. So, we have with us Mr. Pawan Kumar ji, who is a freshly minted President SCI, and we have Mohammad Daud Seth, who is the President of Indian Marine Ingredient Association. So to both of you, the question which we are posing is how we can leverage the emerging technologies and the consumer trends to diversify the portfolio of value-added seafood products for both domestic and export markets. What role you foresee for the startups and MSME in driving the innovation in this space, and how can policy framework take care of it? The other important question is, considering sustainability and profitability, what innovative products categories do you foresee gaining traction in the next 5 years? And what hand-holding and role you would like for the research institute to play in accelerating the product diversification in both domestic as well as export market? And let me underscore, when we are talking about diversification, it includes all three: product diversification, species diversification, as well as market diversification also with regard to value-added products also. So with this, I invite Mr. Pawan Kumar ji, President SCI. Pawan ji, over to you.
Sir, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Sagar Maharaji, and thank you, Dr. Swami, Chairman MPDA, for giving the introduction. And I know I'm an old wine in the old bottle only, because I've become the president again. That's added advantage. He said an industry captain, that adds more pressure on me now. Before I move forward, let me congratulate all my colleagues from the industry who are directly, indirectly connected with the seafood business. Happy Fisheries Day. We are all part of the same, probably, I can't say a community, but the same family. Sir, before I move forward, sir, I have one small, this thing, like how our Honorable Prime Minister says, Man Ki Baat. Yes. So I will do that without any filters. Not that I'll be touching any sort of a political issues or anything, but there are certain issues which are pertaining to the trade, which we thought probably will bring it out to the notice of the government, so that when they're doing the amendments, they can help us in the process of simplifying it. The first thing is, sir, the statement what you have made regarding the value addition. Yes, that's a very, very important subject, and we as Indians have to increase our value-added product. But here, sir, we have a small challenge. When we talk about value addition from India, they say it is less than 10% or around 10%. We have to categorize this into two parts, sir. One is the fish exported out of India, and second one is the shrimp exported out of India. Now, since I belong to a shrimp background, because I export shrimp, I'll talk about shrimp first. Of the total 1 million tons of shrimp which is produced in India, 10% is consumed in the local market. Out of the 900,000 tons, we get about 700,000 tons of exported quantity. Except for about 100,000 tons, which is exported to China and Vietnam market, rest everything goes to Europe, US, and other countries. India exports to about 130 countries in the world. And 85% of this 600,000 tons, apart from China, is all value addition. So when you look at in totality, value addition out of shrimp, because we have a scope there, is more than 60% is my guess, or even more. I'm just guessing 60%, probably it is much more than that. But when you look at fish, like your croakers or sardines or ribbon fish, that pomfrets, all these, add to bulk of the, all mackerels, all these are bulk of the quantity where there is no scope for value addition. But when you're talking about value addition out of India, you're combining fish and shrimp together. Even in our DGFT manual, there is some under chapter 3 and some under chapter 16. Sir, my request is, if you can, the government can have a relook at it, so that, when we categorize chapter 3, chapter 16, if all the value addition and redefine the value addition and bring it under one category, so that tomorrow, if the government says any incentivizing of value addition is considered, at least it comes under one chapter. So that is one request I have from the association side. I did have a discussion with Chairman MPED on this. I thought I'll bring it up to your notice on this also.
We will also second your proposal to Commerce, who are doing this classification, chapter-wise.
Yes, sir. This is one. And sir, I will take you back to about 15 years ago. I started my business about 27 years ago. I'll talk about what happened in the last 15 years. Thanks to Ministry of Commerce, under a lot of benefits came through MPEDA and Ministry of Food Processing. Last 10 years, if you see, there's been a sea change in the factories, what have been set up. Earlier, 15, 20 years ago, a 10 tons material comes to my factory. I used to say too much of material today. I can't handle it. Today, we are able to handle about 40 tons, 45 tons. Even some factories are able to handle about 100 tons in a day with ease. All this is because the government has supported. They built, our entrepreneurs have built modern facilities with a lot of machinery, equipment, state-of-art factories. I can proudly say, if you walk into any of the new factories which have been built in the last 5 or 10 years, probably they're much better than the factories which are there in Europe or US. The quality standards and the factory qualities have improved. Now, the areas where we can further strengthen is value addition. So that is the key for any factory to survive and thrive. I feel the value addition has to be improved. There are a lot of new value-added products that can be brought into the country, like the breading. The challenge what we face in breading is when we import the breadcrumbs, the duty on the breadcrumbs is on the higher side. So the opportunity what young entrepreneurs or the new MSMEs have to set up a breadcrumb factory here in India. Like when we do the shrimp rings, we need the sauce. That is again imported from Thailand or Vietnam. If those small scale units can be set up in India, probably that is one more area where our exporters can cut their costs and we become more and more competitive in the international market. Then filleting. The quality of filleting technology, I think tilapia is one, and there is one more fish which is coming up where it is more into filleting also. That filleting technology probably in India has to be upgraded. I think my colleague in the industry, he's been mentioning a lot of challenges they have in tilapia and other this thing. Mr. Verma, probably he'll highlight in those issues rather than me commenting on that. So that is one area where we have scope for improvement as far as increasing our value addition is concerned. So to have value addition in the factory, there are two important things, or to increase our value addition production, there are two important things which have to be addressed. If you look at last 4 years, when you look at the shrimp production in India, it has been stagnant. Now time has come where we have to look into the fact why it has been stagnant in the last 4 years. Our production capacities have doubled, but the raw material availability is stagnant. Now, we don't need any additional production capacities, but definitely we need some sort of a solution to increase our production so that the factories can be utilized to the maximum. And the second challenge we face is labor. Getting labor to work is becoming a challenge. There are some sensitive points why the labor don't come to work is because of the local issues or local government's benefits what are passed on to the labor. They don't tend to come and work because they get, I don't want to say freebies, which are created to their account. These are sensitive, but these are realities. That's the reason I said Man Ki Baat. I face this in and out because my peak season starts from March till July. March to June, you have this Manrega happening. So a lot of people go there and they don't want to come back to the factories. So this is one challenge which we are constantly trying to address so that we can increase our production capacities in terms of value addition and other things. Sir, any other specific, I think these are the steps which I personally feel if they are taken, the value addition capacities and the factory utilization can be improved. Of course, the other scope is import for re-export, where you've been very instrumental in diluting a lot of areas where we could mitigate those challenges and start the process. And I think it is starting to happen now, sir. These are some points which I thought I'll bring it to your notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the Fisheries Ministry and our chairs for this opportunity. I do represent here from a marine ingredient side. So internationally, there is a very big market for marine ingredients. In India, we started working on fish meal industry initially for their sustainable certification. The reality is still people are not aware. Without sustainable certified, not sustainable, responsibly sourced certified fish meal, seafood cannot become sustainable. The only thing what today world is asking is the trade barriers. They say whether the fish meal which was used in the feed comes from the responsibly sourced certified factory. We are still struggling to get our fish meal certified, though we are the third largest producers in the world. There are enormous value additions in our industry. As sir said, there are a lot of challenges also. We come across, we have certain issues from the seafood sector about the fishery, but small pelagic is highly sustainable fish which comes from a low tropic zone, fast growing, fast multiplying, migratory. This fish, if not caught on time, it migrates. It follows the food source. It comes in shoals. Each shoal is more than 3 kilometers. The only problem is what we are facing with the industry is today there are a lot of value additions with this fish meal industry where, bioactive enzymes, fish protein hydrolyte, then, in oil, we can do omega-3, oil hydrolysis, oil, then, nutraceuticals, we can also have our own capsule manufacturing in this chain where we can, push this thing to our new startups. There are so many things. Actually, with this current fishing, 75% of our raw material comes from small pelagics, 25% comes from the unsold stocks and the waste generated by the seafood industry. There is around 30 to 70% waste sometimes in the seafood industry. Even the shrimp can be used as a shrimp paste. As they said, we can extract oil from that. This industry is already set up, and there are other industries, but they are not at a large scale. The demand for this is very high. The growth per annum is around 12%. It is growing. Fish meal is the main product in the formulated feed. First, they will put fish meal. After putting fish meal, they will decide what should we put next, soybean meal and others. There is a misconception with the fish meal that fish meal is being reduced in the feeds. They are not telling you feed without fish meal, what is its FCR, feed conversion ratio. The farmer is forced to rear it for 120 days, whereas with the fish meal, they can get the yield in 90 days. The 30 days extra gap is never been talked. Vegetable proteins are there, but they are called as second grade feed. So if farmer is buying vegetable protein, he has to rear for 120 days, 30 days extra he has to rear the shrimps. So few things which are not highlighted, but internationally there is a huge demand. Early fish meal has never increased. We are at 6 million tons worldwide, and this 6 million tons is been continuing with further researchers. India has a huge potential to grow with the inland waste management. Recently, I've been working with for the value additions. Seafood industry is growing inland, as sir said, but this waste is being unused. It is piling up. It is going in the landfills. Very limited is being used for collagen. As marine ingredients, we come across all this shellfish, krills, then algae. But fish meal is the one industry which is already developed, and the huge market share is there, and there is a huge potential. With this, we can also have with the support of MPDA, sir, especially, industry has not much demanded the MPDA. Here, we can upgrade our plants control system depending on the requirement, and certification also is a must. And here, we can also make enzymes, fermentation, as I said. Other things, we closely process head, fin, stream, become, materials for the, not waste. See, we align with Swachh Bharat, zero waste. And, when we talk about carbon footprints in sustainability, they say that this is the waste, kind of waste which is damaging our atmosphere. Even the seafood industry, if the waste is not managed at the spot, without the collaboration with the seafood sector, we cannot achieve it. Fish meal is the second largest in our sector, with the revenue of, the industry size is 12,000 crores, and it has a potential to go 25,000 crore within 1 year with proper research, policy supports, and certification. Thank you, sir.
With the request that panelists should not be taking more than 5 to 6 minutes, because we are running behind the schedule.
So, thank you. So, as Mr. Dawood mentioned, both the marine and the fish meal sector, they can work closely. Because one model is one Jagdish Marine in Andhra Pradesh. He has leased out his rice mill and given a startup grant to one of the couple who are working with Biocon. And the fish, he has facilitated them to also get the waste, the shrimp waste and fish scales. And they have done a lot of R&D, and then they have developed a lot of products. So similarly, even other exporters also, major exporters who are into shrimp business, they need to collaborate very closely with the fish meal, the nutraceuticals, those sector people. And as Mr. Dawood said, we have redevised our scheme in such a way that the first priority is for collagen, and the incentives are mostly for nutraceuticals. So coming to Mr. Alex, the allegation against Indian sector is we are only packers. Okay, only few people. Recently, one of the exporter, Gadre Marine, he had gone to US. He shared a picture of in Walmart the Gadre brand. So we see very less Indian brands. Why are you not able to have our own brands? What pain points do you face? Can you just reflect upon, have you tried it earlier? Have you failed? Why did you fail? What challenges you face? Please reflect on that.
Thank you, sir. So now if you look at India per se, see every market, they have their own marketing trends, everything is there. So we going there directly, they may not be very happy to sell our brand. So they always have a marketing strategy, it is always there. So we generally what we are presently doing is we are sending products in their brands, in whatever brand they they tell us. So that's the reason we really, because they do a lot of marketing in their country as well. So we are forced to do that. Now we trying to sell a product, our product in our brand in their markets is not easy. It's not an easy task. So it calls for huge investment in marketing, publicity, and all those things happen. So that is the main reason, one of the main reasons that we are unable to sell our brands there. But on the other side of it now, if you look at Thailand per se, they have Thailand and Vietnam also. So they have created their own brand. They've started selling in their brand, let's say like a product of Thailand or product of Vietnam. So how it started was, if you look back, now when the seafood industry really opened up, now all these importing countries who are importing value-added products, they started investing in Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia and China also. All these importing countries who are importing value-added products, they started investing in such countries. So then they're doing the value addition there, and they've started exporting into US or Japan or South Korea, all these countries, and Europe as well. So, so here we have a constraint. So we were a little late in getting into these markets. Now all these countries have already invested, and now though we are late, but it's about time we need to do some aggressive road shows, so that we need people to invest in our factories. The reason why I'm saying that is, you know, if you're doing a commodity product, and let's say I have, let's say if a factory in India, they can do a value-added product, so they can invest with their own money in machinery. It is possible. But unfortunate part is, you know, I do a product, a value-added product, a breaded product, or a marinated product. So it's to specific market. Let's say Japan, they have a different taste. And if I sell it to Europe, they have a different taste. Now, if I produce a product which is as per the taste of the Japanese market, I may not be able to sell it to Europe if my Japanese buyer refuses to take the product. But if it's a commodity product, I can easily trade to any of these countries. So always, what we require here is a joint venture or a tie-up with a tie-up like a buyback arrangement with the importing country. That is most required. So that is where we lack. So if we have a proper buyback arrangement or a joint venture like an investment, so they also have an equal responsibility to take back our product. That is a concern.
So the next question is to Mr. Siraj. So like Mr. Alex said about the buyback and linkages. So I see you in almost all our MPEDA officials see you in all the international shows. You participate very aggressively. So can you just reflect on, like you can be critical also, how better we can improve this market linkage? What needs, like the current system is, we set up stalls, whether these kind of business meets, are they useful? Do we need to redesign those kind of engagement? And the other question is, it may be a little uncomfortable for you. Indian exporters are not only competing with the global competitors, but they are competing with Indian exporters also. Sometimes we find that for the startups or the MSMEs, for them to get a market is very difficult. Sometimes already the market share would be taken by an Indian exporter itself, and they take the stalls and they don't allow the new entrepreneurs also to enter. So can you give us some tips to the new entrepreneurs, how they can enter the market also?
First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity on World Fisheries Day. It is being honored. Mr. Sagar Mehra sir have given me a chance to speak over here, and Chairman sir, MPEDA Chairman Swami sir, and our President Mr. Pawan. I would like to say a few words on this marketing and branding, and MPEDA has always supported and given us the finance assistance here for the exporters or startups. But still there is lack something, or they have to means another way. Government also should support MPDA in a more way, in a more shows, and to take the delegations, more and more delegations to South Africa or Canada and Japan and Russia. First of all, I wanted to thank you that today morning when I was doing the breakfast with Mr. Pawan, I got a call from EIA that congratulations, your establishment has been listed for Russia. So I'm very happy for that. Thank you so much EIA, EIC, MPDA for the support, whatever they have given me, and my Russian, out of 9 units in India, I have been listed. So it is very good opportunity and I've been honored. And regarding this branding and marketing, as Mr. Pawan Mr. Swami is saying, MPDA in the show, I mean to say, I'm participating in all the shows and I'm getting the opportunity to have one-to-one buyer-seller meet. But you should have more and more buyer-seller meet, and government should support in a finance assistance for this buyer-seller meet more and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we talk a bit at macro level. Presently, if we talk about policies, standards, certification for value-add products, it is spread across various agencies, like EIC is doing the residue control monitoring. We at the department are doing some, aquatic health issues, sanitary issues, traceability, certification for sustainability is done at the end of MPDA. And in export markets, our exports are facing different issues. Many a times we get to hear that the existing ecosystem is not, friendly to the exporters, processors. So how to iron out all these issues, what modification at policy level, at standard level, at certification level. There are quite a few processes involved if you want some certification, which you find that you have to move from one office to another office, one counter to another counter. And especially if one is aspiring to export something from, say, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, or Uttarakhand, it is still challenging, and one has no, is quite in cloud and blind where to go, how to start, where to start. So I'll request the Dr. Ranjit Singh Susilan, who is from MSc India, Chennai, and Richa Gupta, who is the founder of Aquabeats India Private Limited, to share their thoughts and insights on the front of policy, standards, certification for value-add products. Thank you. With this, I invite Dr. Ranjit Susilan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagar sir. First of all, I would like to thank Government of India for inviting us for this expert panel. Really, all people are now talking about sustainability. Before we go into the topic sustainability, value-added products exported from India, according to Chairman Embada, is 10 to 12% of factories. Now the question comes, why we have only 10 to 12%? And out of this 10 to 12%, we can say around 1 or 2 factories only have MSC certified value-added products displayed in Walmart, Mark & Spencer's and things from India. And why only 1 or these 2 factories have this? It's only because India doesn't have a responsibly sourced certified fishery. That is the basic reason. And the present 1 or 2 factories is nothing but Gadre Exports is importing from other countries, processing in their plant, selling in their brand with MSC certified product in Walmart, Mark & Spencer's and other factories. Because they have that opportunity to do that. Question again, why we are not able to have a certified fishery? We started our process long back, 2014 onwards, for the certification of Indian fisheries. We are not moving forward at the level which we expected. We were expecting to get 1 or 2 fishery at least get certified by 2025, but it's not happening. Again, why? First of all, there are a lot of bottlenecks coming with the implementation part. We have a lot of bottlenecks like the policies. The policy, or we can say that a legal framework. My question to Government of India is, do we have a legal framework for sustainability? You have made for traceability, well and good. Does India have India's own legal framework for sustainability? We don't have. We don't have a base. We are now going with the outside agency, MSC or any other agency, we are going with their certification standards and we are implementing. But what I would suggest is India should have India's own legal framework, so that based on that, all the government agencies like CMFRI, CIFT, FSI, all that agencies can work on that legal framework. Now, Seafood Exporters Association, they are the client for most of the species which are being targeted for MSC certification. And since they need to get data from CMFRI, they need to pay the money. They have already paid more than 50 lakhs or 60 lakhs to CMFRI. But if it was in the legal framework that it is a mandated job of CMFRI, this amount would not have happened because it is their job. This is why the things are getting cascaded and going. It is not they are not doing, they are doing. Everybody is doing, but a cost involvement comes, the pressure comes to the processors. This is the same with the fish meal companies also. Fish meal is also implementing Merit-Trust certification, and there are some fish meal companies who wants to implement MSC certified fishery. But again, the policy says, whatever for the food fish should not be used for fish meal, reduction fisheries. So that comes a statement which will not be accepted by the international group. Because the government of India says a food fish should not be used. But the fish meal, when they start using like sardine is a food fish for the local people, but it is also a raw material for fish meal. So these are some of the slow gaps in the policy gaps. In addition to that, the alignment of, now for example, now we are implementing in state of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, now we started in Orissa also, and Maharashtra. Which of the states have unified laws implemented? Can anybody tell? We don't have a unified law. We are not able to implement because Kerala has a law which is, we can say around 80% is implemented. Go to Maharashtra, maybe 10% is implemented. Go to Gujarat, maybe 1% is implemented. So this, you should have a unified implementation along the maritime states. The laws should be there, the laws has to be implemented. The next one is, what we face is bottom up. It should start, implementation should start implementation from the fishers, not from the processing plant or from the buyers. It should start from the bottom level. Now we are trying to implement vessel monitoring systems. We are trying to implement square mesh. How many states have implemented square mesh in the whole of India? None of the states. We are trying it very hard to implement in Kerala because nobody, they say, other states are implementing, why we should implement? We are the losers because we are losing catch, we are losing small fish, we are losing our catch, it's our money. So, does government of India has something to incentivize the fishers, the poor people? We are talking about sustainability. If they lose, what we can do to them, what we can give to them? We need our fishery to be certified. We are telling everywhere, sustainability, sustainability, sustainability. What is the benefit the fisherman is getting? So that type of thoughts, that type of things has to come. These are practically what we face in floor during the implementation part. Coming to aquaculture part, I think it is more difficult than this thing. I think so, aquaculture can be dealt by Manoj is there. Manoj can explain more on aquaculture value addition part. But one thing is there, in Kerala, we had around 300 biofloc tilapia farms. And all the tilapia farms, except maybe 1 or 2% existed and rest failed. Can anybody know the reason why it is? Why the fishermen lost all the money? Not fishermen, farmers lost all the money? because they couldn't find a good market. There was no market. One or two farmers, they started value addition. They started tilapia cutlets, tilapia marinated fillets, tilapia samosa, and such farmers are going ahead. What government of India can do for them? These are some of the thoughts I put into government of India. So this can be discussed in detail because these are actually the problems which we are facing and coming to Chairman Empada, coming to mud crab. Mud crab has been taken up by WWF and MSC from Chilka Lake, and they have finished, the pre-assessment has been completed for MSc certification. And the client is Central Inland Fishery Research Institute. Das sir is the client for that. And basically, if Empada can find a market for that, now the funding is over up to pre-assessment and action plan. But we don't have a solid buyer for mud crab of Chilka Lake to complete the full assessment. So this is the update for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjit. I think you have highlighted very, appropriate concerns. And since the Department of Fisheries is just 5+ year old, and each year we are coming out with one or the other framework. Like today we launched the traceability framework. I think 10 days before we came out with rules. So we are, each month or quarter we are trying to put in some framework in place, because some 6 months ago there were no biosecurity guidelines, there were no guidelines for hatchery certification and gradation. So I can assure you, so far as enforcement is concerned, see, you know it very well, fisheries is a state subject, and whatever we do at our end, at the end of the day, it goes out to the states for implementation. And whatever support under various schemes and program is possible and feasible within the given framework, we are doing their capacity building so that we move forward on the scale of sustainability each day. So thanks for your thoughts, and my team have noted down, and we'll draw the roadmap accordingly, what we can do first. The low-hanging fruits we can take in the very first go. So thank you very much. With this, I invite Ms. Richa Gupta for sharing her thoughts. Richa, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Government of India to allow me to speak on the auspicious occasion of World Fisheries Day. Let me introduce myself. I'm a seafood trade promoter, and I run a startup in the name of Aquabeats India Private Limited. I'm trying to build one of India's first credible, authentic, and neutral, human-centered storytelling platform that acts as a bridge between science, technology, policy, industry, and global buyers, and trying to create a unified narrative that global buyers trust. As far as value added is concerned, we have a big target. We have a target to reach $1.6 billion by 2030. So how do we increase our share? Of course, production issues is something important, is something else that I'm not going to highlight. But even if we are ready, what are the impediments that can act as a barrier to make an entry into premium markets? Because value added is meant for premium markets. So first issue is labor laws, right? Antibiotic problems. Then we have food safety issues. Now by 2030, major retailers like Carrefour, Costco, or Tesco, they're all committed to ethical sourcing by 2030. And by ethical sourcing, I mean that it has to be low carbon feed supply chains, non-ablated broodstock, non-ablated hatchery systems, low greenhouse gas emissions, social accountability, environmental stewardship, stronger traceability systems in place, right? So having said that, I genuinely feel that India's ecosystem, seafood ecosystem, is not as much about scale as much as it is about trust. So right now we are facing a global challenge, sir. The global world have fragmented perceptions about the quality of seafood. We still work in silos, sir, and we have trust issues. Now, how do we break the silos, sir? By bringing the like-minded stakeholders and convening a roundtable which should address one single issue at one time, let's say low-carbon feed supply chain. We should bring Marine Trust, who is working on FIPs that ensures that the fish that comes, that is used in fish meal and fish oil, that comes from a responsible fishery. So bring those guys, right? Bring, of course, feed mills, processors, and then also bring retailers and global certification bodies. Make a consortium of the like-minded stakeholders and address this specific issue. And most importantly, highlight the progress. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And we don't have to make everything right in the first place. What we have to do is we have to highlight the journey and create a perception, positive perception in the industry about the quality of Indian seafood. I'm talking with respect to India. And if we can do that, we can bring the markets closer to the Indian ecosystem, seafood ecosystem. Also, we will unleash a sense of competition to the other players who would want to be a part of the bandwagon. Now, we should do a neutral storytelling to invite forward-looking companies who can show how they are implementing ethical practices in labor laws, right? And once we do that, we are trying to build a momentum that will help us to bring back that trust in Indian fishery ecosystem. And so traceability. Traceability is something which sits at the heart of the sustainability. If we cannot track what was used, when was it used, how was it used, why was it produced, how can we verify the claims that we have made, across the critical tracking events in the aquaculture supply chain? So, just to give a sense of, what's more important in the coming years is that we have to have a strong, modern traceability system. Just to give you an update, US FDA Rule 204 says that digital traceability has to be made mandatory by June 2028. And also, Europe, digital product passport has made mandatory digital traceability for most of the seafood products by 2026 and for value-added products by 2029. So, sir, I feel that, and all these, all these systems are GDST compliant. GDST is Global Dialogue on Seafood Traceability, who are working on, on building a common language that enables the systems to talk to each other, so that if recall happens, we should be able to track the root cause of it and should be able to work within, within hours, not days or not weeks. So this is the promise of the modern, digital traceability systems. Indonesia is one of the first countries who have made their national level traceability systems compliant with GDST, and like I said, that GDST is a consortium of, all the retailers, global retailers and NGOs, technology providers. And if we want to make an entry, smooth entry into European Union, the only way is to ensure that we commit to responsible, sustainable practices. And the only way to do is, sir, we cannot afford to work in silos, sir. If we want to bring a competitive spirit in our Indian seafood, ecosystem, we have to work like a joint entity, and we have to, and it has to start with the progressive, forward-looking companies who are already making a conscious effort and investing a lot of their energies and money into making their seafood supply chain sustainable. Let's bring out their success stories. Let's create that momentum. Let's build that, lost trust back into our ecosystem. And this will, provide a platform also to others to join the bandwagon, right? And India currently is at a cusp of a seafood revolution. We have so much to offer. And within these 3 to 5 years, if we come together as an industry, if we break the silos, if we create, roundtable conferences and address one issue at a time, we can be the global powerhouse in seafood ecosystem. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Richa. Whether it is residue control monitoring, traceability, interoperability of traceability systems across, markets, global dialogue on seafood sustainability. I think these points are well highlighted, and we'll try to ensure that whenever we are doing the next policy on any aspect of the export value chain, definitely I think it would be a useful input. So thank you very much. Thanks.
So before I ask the next question to the panelists, since Mr. Ranjit also had mentioned about what states are doing and regarding the coordination challenges which the previous speaker had highlighted. For the last 3 years, we are doing something called Chintan Shivir, where, and as most of you are aware, MPEDA is a very unique body. MPEDA is a body where the private sector members are there. In fact, the vice chairman of MPEDA normally is a industry person. Very few bodies across the country you will find that kind of, it was created in 1972, but more like a private sector body. So, and also fisheries is state subject, but trade is central subject. But MPEDA has been designed in such a way that states are also authority members. So, lot of challenges which, like TED, most of the states have issued their notifications. Regarding the minimum legal size, we have something called NetFish. The NetFish continuously works with the state government. We advocate and we bring out notifications, whatever CIFT or scientific organizations, the specifications they give, or the fishery department comes out with a guideline. We work with the states very closely because they are also the stakeholders. They are stakeholders. And regarding departments, in the last 3 Chintan Shivirs, which Mr. Pawan also had attended in Lakshadweep, and in Goa we had one in Chennai. We work with various departments. Like if you see in the last 3 years, regarding antibiotics, regarding hygiene, through the CDSO, we got 2 drugs mass production banned in the country, nitrofuran and chlorophenocol. Through the health department, we got banned the antimicrobials which the EU is requiring. Then a lot of policies which require different departments coordination. MOFP also is a member of the authority. Lot of progress is happening through this joint collaborations. Sufficient literature also, what needs to be done. Like in Andhra, for traceability, the land registration was a challenge. But Andhra government last week, I think, has come out with a new amendment of aquaculture. So that will help the traceability. better. That was basically because of the advocacy of EMPEDA and industry. Jointly we advocated. Odisha is coming out with a guideline for inland shrimp farming, because many states don't have inland shrimp farming guidelines. Punjab, Haryana, we have been helping them, supporting them to come out with inland shrimp farming guidelines. So a lot of such progress, incremental growth is continuously happening. And we are again, we need to have such more of engagement, individual specific things. Even in the World Aquaculture Conference, a lot of state governments participated and they contributed. We need more participation of states. In fact, Uttarakhand government is participating in the Gulf Seafood Show this time, first time. We should congratulate them for agreeing, and they're bringing the state government to the international market directly. The secretary, we should congratulate him. So since Mr. Ganesh is not there, I think. So it was a very important question because he's an expert on port. Mr. Alex can take his question on what challenges you face in the port. I'll come to you later on, but we can ask Mr. Madhu. Mr. Madhu, it is related to the next session. Next session also is most about inland. We talk about tilapia, sea bass, and Mr. Behra sitting here keeps on challenging us, you please export carps. So if I ask my exporter friend, taking the carps and then processing it, they may not get sufficient quantity of meat or the foul smell, all those things. So a lot of challenges are there. So you are one person who is already in this sector in case of live fish and chilled fish. Live fish, chilled fish, they fetch higher value, unit value, right? So unit value. But the fish may be available in some of the states, in coastal states, but for live fish you need airports, good airports. But some of the airports where the export happens is Bangalore or Hyderabad. On even on Chennai and Kolkata also. Even if airports are there, flights would not be there. If flights are there, the size of containers would not be appropriate for export. And also I come to know that there is a 18% GST on air freight, where the exporters are small players. For them, the working capital of this even though you may get the GST credit, but it's a challenge for you because it almost takes away 18% of your working capital. So in this context, can you please throw more light? Because you are going to give us the future roadmap for the inland states. Like people from rainbow trout or the carps from other areas of India, inland areas where we are not exporting. So you are a hope for us. So can you throw us more light on?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. See, coming to these common carp markets, these common carps are normally a more spiny kind of fish. And usually it is consumed by, even in the international markets, in the Middle East, particularly in the Middle East, it is consumed mostly by the Indian community who are working there. And the purchasing capacity of these people who are working abroad and being Indian community, they are all in the construction sector and other sectors. And the consumers, they try to buy the low value fish. And being a carp being airlifted and exported to the foreign country, the cost of freight is increasing the product cost actually, which they are not, it is not affordable for them to buy that product. So there is a very limited market for Indian carps at the moment, sir. So it is only the Middle East I see. Other than the Middle East, normally the Western countries, I don't think any other Western country buy this fish because of the spiny nature of it. And otherwise, the Bangladesh is the one country who does a lot of carp exports. And their branding and their branding is already established in the Middle East and other countries. And they're dominantly doing compared to the Indian. I don't know what was the factor. Even the frozen carps, most of them they are exported from Bangladesh only for the moment, and we don't see any Indian product going out of India.
So, like with the carps, you have a challenge, but some good news we are having from Raipur, from even fishing on Chhattisgarh on tilapia.
Yeah, second thing I'm coming to tilapia. Tilapia being, it's the same thing, sir. Again, it's a very low value fish. the consumers, whoever consume, it will be a choice who buys, who looks for the low value product. And from India, the tilapia is we have to have a permission to grow tilapia, first thing. And most of the farm certificates, they don't have a certificate showing that they are licensed to grow tilapia. Even an exporter wants to export the product. If I buy the product and I want to export, that licensing part doesn't show that he has a license to grow tilapia, being an exotic species. And if it's a wild caught again, when we try to buy the wild caught, there are few consignments which went out of India, and customers are asking, as we declare it as a wild caught, they are asking for a catch certificate. Again, the catch certification program is there out at the sea, but not in the inland aquaculture system. And this is the one hardest part we face, sir, that we cannot produce this catch certification. I think this has to be implemented. If it is a wild caught thing, there should be some mechanism that you have to certify that this is a wild caught product, and there is tilapia in India, at least so that support the documentation health certificates to export the product. Otherwise, for the moment, it is
the logistics part. Can you reflect?
Yeah, logistics, air freight. It is an issue, sir, for all the chill products from after COVID. The air freight prices have gone up like 5-folds now, almost. Other than that, they increased the price, but it is not coming down. Even after the COVID being passed for 5 years now, the prices remain the same for the air freight. And other than air freight, the biggest challenge is the space issue. I mean, there are many instances like very small countries like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are consistently getting spaces to the same importing destinations, whereas the major airlines, the same airlines operating from India, they are not giving space in India, and the Emirates. I mean to take an example of Emirates. Being big operations in India, is not able to give space from Chennai, either from Chennai or any other place to USA, but Emirates from Sri Lanka is able to give the space. So these are some challenges in the airspace areas.
So Mr. Alex, because you understand the marine caught thing, the port facilities, yes. Because Mr. Ganesh is not here, so you are an expert in that also.
Thank you, sir. So now what needs to be understood here is, see, now our India, mainland itself has about 7,500 kilometers of coastline. And with all the islands, put together like Lakshadweep and Andamans, in total there's about 11,000 kilometers of coastline. That's what India has. It's not small, it's huge. Now what needs to be understood here is, see, if you look at our fishermen, see, they are probably, on the lower, I don't want to say it's a lower, they are risking their lives, out at sea. They're braving the storms, they're braving the winds, cyclones, whatever. The kind of risk they take and the cash that they get, once they bring it to the shore, it is our responsibility to make sure they get the best returns for whatever they've brought in. So with so much of effort has gone, so much of risk has gone in, so by the time they come back to the shore, unless we handle the product in the best possible way, we may not be able to give them a good price for it. So the need for modernizing our harbors, especially the fishing harbors, at least the main harbors to start with, it has to be done immediately. So now, earlier I'm just taking on what Mr. Pawan Kumar also mentioned regarding the fishing and the value addition. Now, if you look at particular fish, tuna. Now, tuna, there's another grade which we send for canning grade. That will fetch us only about $1.50 per kilo. But if we can upgrade that into a sashimi grade, that is for raw eating, or a sushi grade, you can get nearly about $18 to $20 a kilo. That is a difference. That is where real value addition is. So now I think we really need to get into that. That is very important. And I earlier mentioned, Swami sir had mentioned regarding the underutilization of capacity also. If we look at the Indian industry, our annual capacity utilization is only about 25%. The reason, because we have overcapacity, because we are geared up for the season. If you look at especially the wild caught, the sea caught products, they are mostly seasonal. So during season, all these material come in bulk. So our factories are geared up to handle peak season. But when the season goes to a lean season, so that is when we still need to keep our labor in place. So we have spent so much of time, energy, money on our labor because we are handling so such a perishable product. So we have trained them on hygiene, we have trained them in quality, everything we have trained them. So we need to retain our workers also. For that, we need to give employment for them throughout the year. Now, if we can do import for re-exporting during off-season, we can make use of our factories there also. So right now, when I earlier mentioned regarding commodity products which we export to other countries also. So there, if we can do it at source, you maintain your quality, we definitely will get a much more premium price than what we send to other countries. There they reprocess and re-export. So once we do it at source, we can get a better value, and not only that, we can definitely compete with other countries also, with other countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Now we have 10 minutes to go, and the floor is open for Q&A session. Mike, please. Any questions?
Please ask the questions to the panelists, not the co-chairs.
Very smart.
Very smart. No, sometimes people ask Empada chairman or joint secretary.
My question is to Mr. Pawan that
Thank you.
He said that our shrimp production is almost stagnant from last 4 years. Would you throw some light on it? Why is it? Is there some government policy reformation required, or is it something else? And also another question to the panel, whoever can answer it, that since the US tariff comes in, that which country we have started importing more? That's what I want to know. My name is Jitendra, I work with the New Indian Express newspaper.
I'll answer both the questions for you. If you look at the production of shrimp in the last 4 years, you asked me why it has been stagnant, right? The survival rate for shrimp in India has come down from 75-80% for the farmer to about 55-60%. That is the first reason. The reason why the survivability has come down is one, the quality of brood stock, which was not up to the mark. Number two, we are importing brood stock from overseas, that is SPF brood stock, which is called specific pathogen-free brood stock. Probably the time has come where we have to develop our own brood stock with all the pathogens which are already there in our waters. Probably the research community will be able to develop a brood stock which is more resistant for Indian waters. I think that exercise already started. Though we are slightly late, by now it should have already been come in. Probably we are slightly late. I think it is in works. Hopefully in the next 1 or 2 years, we'll have some brood stock which is indigenously developed in India and which is more disease resistant, and which the shrimp will easily adapt to the Indian water conditions, and the survivability for the farmer goes up. Though the area of culture, because of this low survivability, the area of culture also has come down. The farmer, because he is not able to make money, he is not able to increase his culture area. That was the main reason why our culture has been stagnant over the last 3 or 4 years. And the second thing is regarding US tariffs. Yes, we did face some headwinds when the tariffs came in. I would say the exports to USA have come down in the last 2 or 3 months starting September. When you look at value terms, probably the drop is not very big, but in volume terms, it has dropped quite considerably in the month of September. October, you will see a further drop, and November also you will see a further drop. But I would here appreciate the Ministry of Commerce and the Prime Minister, they've quickly come in and opened up new markets for us, like EU. We had about 102 units which have been pending for the past 5 or 6 years. In the last 1 month, all the 102 units have been approved. Russia is one market where the Russian authorities were blocking our approvals for the past 3-4 years or 5 years also. In the last 1 week, about 25 units are approved. Even today morning, about 9 units are approved. And further units, probably next week, we'll have another 60 units approved is what is the indication what we are getting. We are just awaiting confirmation on that. So that is one good market which would open up. UK FTA is one area where it is really helping us. Again, the government of India has been very, very proactive. The exports to UK has gone up. We have some issues in Australia, I think, which the government is trying to sort out. Hopefully, we should be able to increase our sales to Australian market. Of course, China, we've been exporting. As I said, if you want to look at value addition, China and Vietnam, it is not a market. Sorry if I may sound rude to my own exporters. If you're exporting to China and Vietnam, we are more like a glorified raw material suppliers, because we are selling to them, they're doing value addition and selling to other markets. Rather than that, I think we should look at converting that into high-end value addition. That is what we propose to the government. Hopefully, we'll have more and more markets open for us. US, I know, I understand, we all know it is a big market for us. But when we are exporting 130 countries, we have 129 countries where we can increase our volume. So if you leave around Vietnam and China, we still have 127 countries where we can increase our value addition. All we have to do is little bit of exercise or little bit of what you call, I would not say effort, which has to go in not only from the exporter side, and government is also putting an equal amount of effort so that they can ease out markets for us. It might take a little bit time, next 6 months or 9 months. By the time we come into the next main season, hopefully we will have the FTA with Europe also. Hopefully, that is again, it is in the making. And South Korea market also will be opened up for us. That is what the ministry has assured us, and they're working on it very, very rigorously. So there are a lot of markets. All we have to do is go find them, increase all value addition into those markets, rather than becoming glorified raw material suppliers to 1 or 2 countries. We don't want to do that.
Sir, with your permission, I can ask one to panelists, sir. Whether we have scope for crab farming and export promotion, sir? Exclusively crab farming. Crabs, sir, crabs. Mud crabs.
Mud crab.
Crab export promotion.
Oh, that I can share with you.
Yeah, thank you.
So, see, we don't have, we promote all the products. So, but mud crab recently, as I mentioned, from in Odisha we are working. So, the chilled, live and chilled mud crab. Live and chilled mud crab. We were able to work with a climate resilient project called Aquaculture in Odisha. And the challenge in the crab is only RGCA, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture, we have the proper hatchery. Then in the state governments, the hatcheries are not there. So Odisha government, they sanctioned 3 crore rupees for having their own hatcheries. We will provide them the technology. We have the technology transfer. We have the technology and we'll be transferring it to the states. And Andhra also recently they have written a letter to us that there's a creek project again in Andhra. They also are willing to set up mud crab, the crab hatcheries. So if we have good, because survivability also is a challenge in mud crab. So we are promoting crab. Like my regional officer in Bhubaneswar, they have shipped it from Kolkata. From Odisha also we are planning. So crab is one of our priority. Yeah.
Last question. So thank you, sir. My question is to panelist Mr. Madhu Verma. So I want to ask, we from Uttarakhand, trout fish is our product. As on date, the volumes are not big. So I just want to ask what support the exporters need from the state governments. so that they can start exporting from a small states like Uttarakhand? What all support as an exporter do you need?
Right, sir. Again, trout is the, again, it's being exotic initially from exotic species brought to India long time ago. I believe this is the first fish, I think, used for the fish culture in India. Maybe 100 or 150 years ago from France it has come all the way, I think, here. But now the problem with the trout is like, it's majorly consumed in Western countries, international, Europe, USA, like for the Europe, it is like again, normally they tend to eat it fresh, not the frozen. It has got a market for fresh product, but again, shipping it out from India to Europe, again the freight is the challenge here. And even for the US, there are a lot of fish farms who do trout locally in USA, and they prefer the, US origin trout rather than the imported ones. And to find the international market, it is getting very difficult for the moment. I don't see anybody who is interested in buying trout from India. One thing is this, freight is the major thing. If there is any subsidy can be supported for air freighting some species like that, then definitely there is a chance that it works out. But for the moment, with the high freight rates, it is very difficult to export.
Sir, Purushottam sir, we did meet in Vizag. I hope you remember me. I tried, I think Minister Sahab also was there when you had come to Vizag. I tried to push trout. In fact, I was supposed to come back to you. Some of the buyers were asking for samples. I'll put you across to them, sir. If that works, probably, I thought I'll come down and tell you, since you've raised the issue, I thought I'll address it from here, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, respected co-chairs of the session and the panelists for a wonderful session, and all our participants for interacting with the chair. We have a small token of affection to our the panelists. Concluding with that, sir.
ये फ्री लेबर है लक्षद्वीप में अच्छा होस्ट किए थे we did workshop in Lakshadweep. He was in Lakshadweep. He was there. He was working in the. He also had come. He was working in Lakshadweep. You can come forward. Question people are the
I would like to inform that there is continuous session which will be following after this session, and the tea and snacks are kept outside. So those who are feeling to take tea may please went out and take tea and come back and join this session. And we can use this important time as much as we can in having more interaction and continuing our second session. Yeah, I will now request our panelist for the second session, second technical session. So we are having 5-minute break. I will request please come, please. Our panelist, Dr. Anil Kumar, Joint Director Marketing, Dr. Bindu J, Principal Scientist, please be here. Shri N.S. Rahmani ji, Director Fisheries, Dr. Purushottam sir, Principal Scientist Uttarakhand, and Shri Mukesh Kumar Meshram, Principal Secretary Fisheries, UP. I will also request Professor Dinesh Kaipli, Registrar and Dean Kufos, Dr. Manoj M. Sharma, Mayank Aquaculture, Dr. J.S. Reddy, Additional Director EIC, and Dr. Ram Mohan, Director MPDA, to please be here.
रुक जा।
I will request all the distinguished participants to kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats so we can move towards our second technical session. शुरू करते हैं सर अपने आप तो लोग बैठे I will request panelists to please come to the dais, and I will request all the guest participants to please take your seats. May I request all distinguished participants to please take your seats, and our organizations, our Department of Fisheries officials to please request the guests to come inside the room, and we need to start the technical session 2 as per the time schedule. With the permission of both the co-chairs, may I request, sir, to start the technical session 2, sir? Thank you very much, sir. I will once again request all the participants to please take your seat. We are going to start our technical session 2. The theme of this session is harnessing export potential of inland states and union territories of India with focus on freshwater fish species. And I welcome to all the panelists, distinguished guest speakers, and the guests who are from different parts of our country, and all the members from organizations. Good afternoon to all industry partners, colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the technical session 2 on harnessing export potential of inland states of India with focus on freshwater fish species. India's fisheries sector is expanding rapidly, and inland states now play a major role in shaping this growth with rising production, improving infrastructure, and a strong push from the government initiatives. Inland regions have significant potential to contribute to both the domestic demand and also the global export markets. Today's session will help us understand how better value addition, improved market linkages, strong traceability, and targeted policy support can unlock new opportunities for freshwater species across our country. We are privileged to have with us our two distinguished co-chairs, Sri Sagar Mehra sir. Now we are three. Sri Sagar Mehra sir, our Joint Secretary in the Department of Fisheries, who has been closely involved in national initiatives to strengthen inland fisheries and aquaculture, traceability and digital systems across fisheries value chains. We are also having our Joint Secretary, Madam Neetu Prasad, who has played a key role in advancing market development, improving food safety frameworks, coastal aquaculture, supporting initiatives that expand opportunities for the freshwater and coastal aquaculture entrepreneurs and exporters across inland states, marine states, and union territories. We are also having with us our Dr. B.K. Behra sir, Chief Executive National Fisheries Development Board, who is the key institution implementing all our schemes and programs to the ground and connecting to the last miles for all the initiatives that government is trying to push in the fisheries and aquaculture sector. With this, I may request our Sri Sagar Mehra sir to take this session forward. Sir.
Thank you, Sanjay. As all of us know that so far as marine products, marine fisheries, brackish water, aquaculture is concerned, our country has already established as one of the leading exporters, whereas the other part of the total fish production, that is fish production coming from freshwater aquaculture is concerned, the share in seafood export basket is still negligible, as we have been talking in the first session also, in the plenary session also. And in the last 10 years, the production of different freshwater species, be it tilapia, be it pangasius, be it marel, scampi, is on the rise. And to ensure that all these species, they are grown sustainably, they are adopted, farmers take to aquaculture of these species. We have been supporting SIFA for disseminating the seed of scampi. For pangasius, we have been legally we have allowed the import of some quality seed of pangasius from Bangladesh also. And in last 4-5 years, the production is on the rise. On the other hand, their due share in our export basket is presently not there. Although in our export markets, there is a good demand for, rather the demand is growing for sustainably farmed freshwater species, and there is a good opportunity in repositioning our export strategy to become the reliable supplier of high quality freshwater species. And today's session has been convened with the specific purpose that how we can map these regional capacities in different states, be it Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, because in different freshwater species they have good production base. Can these farms, can these clusters be mapped against a specific export market? The team from the export market can come down to us. We can take them to the farms. They can see our farming, technologies, how we are doing it, how we are sourcing the seed, feed, what good practices we have in place, so that export from these farms become easy. There can be a concept of farm approval with assurance regarding quality, traceability, certification and everything in place. So this session is kept specifically for this purpose, that to find out from different states, starting from Ladakh, J&K, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, that which are the clusters in these states who are producing rainbow trout and other cold water species, whose volume, if it is already not there, can be enhanced and they can be mapped against particular export market. Similarly, the species, whether it is finfish or shellfish, which can be targeted for a particular market, and to ensure that these regions, these clusters, they qualify for export, they are able to comply with the compliances and requirements of those specific markets. We would be hearing from the MPDA, the CIFT, who can help us out in meeting out the, regulatory compliances, and also from NFDB, that what support they can provide us. And when I am saying freshwater species, it necessarily is not restricted to landlocked states. Even the states who are coastal states like Maharashtra has a lot of production coming from inland freshwater aquaculture also. In Andhra Pradesh also, in Karnataka also, in West Bengal also. So when we are targeting the export of freshwater species from these states also, we are targeting. So with these opening remarks, I invite my colleague Neetu ji to say a few words before we go down to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagar ji. I am having more working experience with marine fisheries, but during my interaction with farmers in coastal states, since I look after coastal states, I have got some learnings from them, and also in departmental meetings in common platform, some of the issues have been repeatedly thrown to us. As policymakers, we need to make some regulations for inland fisheries where regulation regime is right now weak. So what I understand, the problems, I can just put it into points wise. As like great source of food security, fisheries is coming across a very, very strong pillar in the entire food chain. Everybody is aware of that. If that is the case, then why we are not able to export fisheries from inland to other countries? So that question we need to ponder. And what I understand, the hurdle, maximum hurdles putting before us is the lack of regime. In inland fisheries, it is the fisheries because of government initiatives, because of government programs, because of entrepreneurship shown by fisheries sector or fishermen, production has increased. But it has increased on their own and regime at policy level still to come in terms of feed, in terms of quality seed, in terms of the overall certification and quality. So department and ministry has just brought, you have seen the traceability system. Department is also working very hard to bring the quality and standards for feed. This is like very churning issues, and as my colleague has very succinctly put before you, that we are in new ministry and we are working towards all these problems which are quite new. Still we are a very new ministry. So what I feel that once the regime starts working, there will be quality products to show to the world. That is one. Second, with self-sufficiency, a lot of states which were earlier lacking in domestic production and they were supposed to export from other states like Andhra, now they have become self-sufficient, and that is a very good sign. So the next step is to increase the production in those niche area where we can target the premium customers. I just remember one example from Hyderabad. There is one very like young, I am Ahmedabad chap, and very young startup company. In Hyderabad, in semi-arid hot area, he is producing trout and putting all these chillers with lot of technology. So prima facie, it's not a very good business idea. You can't have a very like cold water fish in hot area, and where would you find the market? Very intelligently, he is targeting all those celebrities. Hyderabad has got a very rich segment of people who would like to take some branded fish which is only meant for them and other people can't afford. So premium customership and loyalty of brand he has developed. Similarly, if we can develop some brands or target some niche area, Middle East comes to my mind, because Middle East, lot of Indians are there. I am from Telangana and I know that all people, all rich kid from Telangana are now going back to Dubai and other places, and they are like working there, they are having a life there. A lot of people are buying houses there. So if this is the trend, and after US and other things, a lot of people are going, their attention is going to Middle East. So we should target Middle East, and Middle East from Hyderabad, from Bangalore, a lot of flights are going on. So as a policy level, the ministry needs to work with other concerned ministries to have proper cargo system where it can be transported. That is one. But again, one speaker told very clearly that freshwater fishes are not very, very costly, and how to bring this additional cost of transportation. So in again, we can think of bringing the cold chain market from inland to coastal area, and maybe from coastal area from Gujarat, Maharashtra, they can be shipped, because you know that shipping is the cheapest source of transportation, and it will help in export. So ministry has to sit, and we need to do a lot of brainstorming with people. It's a very new area, but things are coming to some concrete shape, and I think these type of workshop are very informative and very challenging, because it challenges us to bring the ideas, and those ideas will become seed, which will become tomorrow trees and bring growth. With these words, I would request other speakers also to give some ideas how to nurture this new sector and slowly, slowly we can make very solid progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Neetuji. Before we open it for panelists, I request Behra-ji to say a few words.
Very good afternoon to all of you. This is a session where we are discussing regarding how to have a better export from the freshwater fishes. This is really very interesting because we used to tell that whole fish, if you will talk of Empeda, that very long time, it is known as Marine Products Export Development Authority. Why the name should not be changed? Because this is what the main panel we should discuss. Why it is Marine Fisheries Export Development Authority? Why not it is Fish Export Development Authority? Because there now that we are sitting here to discuss that freshwater fish should be exported, and we have to increase the freshwater fishes also. So whether we are already doing it, because we are sending to Chhattisgarh is sending lot of tilapia fishes to America, and also trouts. So now they think similarly. CAH secretary is sitting here. Now I had been to Churu, one place where their people are doing groundwater, saline water stream farming. So whether Coastal Aquaculture Authority can have some rules and regulation to do the saline fish farming, stream farming in Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. Now we are in a crossroad now, because in landlocked states we are doing stream farming, and for that again that is Coastal Aquaculture Authority. Now whether it is a Fish Aquaculture Authority or Aquaculture Authority of India, we should change all these names nowadays, because things are changing. It is not only for coastal, it is now people of other 4 states are also doing. So these are the issues I am highlighting, because it is the need of the time. Then second thing I want to highlight here, that see, if you will even Marine Product Export Development Authority, we are exporting only shrimp. Major chunk of our 40,000 crores, we are out of 62,000 crores, only 40,000 crores are from shrimp. What about the other marine species? That is why we are now looking for either pompano, Indian pompano, silver pompano, cobia, then sea bass, all other candidate species which can also replace the shrimp. So that is also another area. But in case of freshwater especially, if you will see, then our we have developed so many clusters. Our secretary sahab used to tell many times, what are the panel should discuss, what are the pre-production requirements, then what are the production requirements, then what are the post-harvest requirements, post-processing requirements, value chain, logistics, all sectors. I hope panelists will discuss in all these sections, and it will enrich us how we can do better for the freshwater fish exports. Thank you.
Thank you, Behra-ji. Our first panelist is Dr. Anil Kumar, who is Joint Director looking after marketing with Empeda. So my question to Anil Kumar is, which are the markets overseas which are available there for our freshwater species, and at the end of farmer who are aspiring to export, what all steps he should take, what should be the initiatives from the government side, state government fisheries department side, what support or handholding should be coming forward from the government of India, and what support Empeda would be doing, and how we can synchronize all these actors in the entire value chain so that the primary producer or the aggregator or the final exporter, they are put to the least hassles, and the product can be put on the ship for export. So Anilji, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity to come here and talk about the export market, especially on the freshwater or inland fish export from the country. Now, as many of the speakers before me have told, the export segment for inland fishes are very small when compared to the overall marine sector. And if you look at the total export is 7.45 billion, out of which freshwater fish export is only about $50 million worth of freshwater or inland fish export is taking place from the country. So it's a very minute share of the total exports, and that also means that there is considerable potential to export. Now your question, what I have understood is you are asking about what are the potential markets and what are the activities or actions a farmer should take to reach out to the export production level or export requirement, and what are the support should be given by the government agencies, whether it is state government or central government or MPEDA or whichever agencies are involved in the sector. Now, coming to the first part, as I said, the potential markets. First of all, if you look at the export from India, out of the 50 million, 27 million is going to one star product or star category. It is freshwater prawn, giant freshwater prawn. That is the star product of the, the freshwater fish export from India. The rest, 50% is comprising of more than 25 species. So I would just highlight on the scampi export market. Right now, the export market for scampi is growing. If you look at the compounded annual growth rate, that is one indicator of the potential or the growth of the sector. If you look at the compound CAGR of scampi, it's about close to 10%. That's quite good. And if you also look at the value, unit value, that is dollar per kilogram, that is also good. It's about $10. The 2024-25 unit value of scampi exported from India is about $11.2. And it has grown during the last 5 years from $9 to $11.2. So that means it is a potential market which can be exploited by us. So how do we go about it? Where are the markets? That's the next question. So the first answer to that is let us look at our major markets. Our major markets are, let's say, Thailand. Then we have Malaysia, Mauritius. Some get exported to Canada and USA also. These are the top 3 or 4 markets. Now, which are the products which going to these markets? The major item which is getting exported to, our top buyer is chilled product. Then we have head-on, whole shrimp, whole prawn, as well as headless and various smaller products also. So these are some of the products. Now, which are the other markets? Is these markets the largest market in the world? The answer is no. Our largest market is, of course, USA is there, EU is there for scampi, then Canada is there. And who are our competitors? Competitors are, major producer is Thailand. Of course, Thailand is a producer, but we are exporting to them. That is a good sign. Why are we able to export to them? Because our major raw material categories, 2 categories. One is from reservoirs, where the star producer is Telangana, because Telangana produces a large chunk of raw material exported to, various countries. Because they have reservoir, they had a stocking or ranching program for reservoir. So that has helped them to, jumpstart on export production. That is one area. The second raw material is coming from mainly polyculture and monoculture of scampi. So we need to focus. There is considerable scope to expand our markets to countries like ASEAN countries, because there is a good potential not only in Thailand and Malaysia. Other ASEAN countries are also a major market. Canada is a good market. USA is a good market where unit value is very good. And then there are some EU countries also are there. And closest to us is, of course, Middle East. Middle East, UAE is a good market. So these are some of the markets. And now coming to the second species of inland fisheries is tilapia. Tilapia, our production is very less, and the export is also not very high. It's about, I would say it's about, it's about $11 million worth of tilapia is getting exported, and major markets are not premium markets like Europe or USA. Our major markets are Africa. And if you look at our competing countries, China is the largest exporter of tilapia, and the major product form which gets exported is fillets of tilapia, and China is capitalizing further value addition on fillets. They do pre-coating and breeding of the fillets. So they are exporting to USA. USA is their major market. Second largest market is Canada, and then there is other markets in Latin America and Africa also. Africa is an emerging market. Now, China has faced a major challenge because of with the US market, as all of us are aware. So they have diverted their market to Africa. Africa, which are the major markets? The major markets is Ivory Coast, then Mali is there. These are, then Cameroon is there, Tanzania is there. These are some of the emerging markets, and Vietnam is also a major exporter of tilapia, so they are also picking up. And they are also exporting to these markets, and they are trying to replace China in the US market. India has an opportunity there. India can definitely tap into US market, and if you look at the other major tropical freshwater fish category in the export segment, it is Pangasius, or Basa. So these two categories, tilapia as well as Pangasius, are competing for one particular segment, that is whitefish segment in the international market. So the premium whitefish segment is like cod or haddock or other species, but the lower segment or the ordinary segment is tilapia, which has got very good potential, and tilapia can compete with Pangasius in the future. If you look at the the unit value of tilapia and Pangasius, tilapia price was about 5 years ago about $3, and it has come down to around $1.4. And Pangasius price is almost $1 for the last so many years. And now these are some of the markets which we can export. And I would like to mention about Pangasius also. Pangasius we are not exporting Pangasius because the largest 90% of export of Pangasius is controlled by Vietnam. Our export is hardly 1 million, but we have a scope in Pangasius also. Where is the scope? The scope is in import substitution. Why? Because we are importing around $50 million worth of Pangasius to India from Vietnam. Isn't it a shame? Because we are producing 2.5 lakh tons of Pangasius within the country, and Sagar Mehra sir mentioned about the initiatives taken by the Government of India in facilitating the import of seeds. So why we are importing $50 million worth of Pangasius while we have almost 2.6 lakh tons of Pangasius production? The answer is very simple. The Vietnam imports serve the market requirement. What is the market requirement? The market requirement is that they want fillets, frozen fillets, which can be thawed and easily cut, like vegetable cutting. The restaurants can just take the fillet and cut the fillet and add it into the curries or whatever recipes they have. That is one. Second one is that the Vietnamese suppliers offer them a stable price for 1 year. Minimum 6 months, they give a stable price. So it has become like a product. From commodity, it has converted themselves into a product. So that is what we should do. And this is where I would suggest that state governments can chip in here. And I will explain what are the state governments to do. So these are, in my opinion, two major species to focus upon is scampi and tilapia. Of course, for Pangasius, we can do import substitution, as well as we can target some of our exports, $1 million worth of exports. Where is it going? Pangasius. It is going to Bhutan and some countries like Senegal. So we can expand our Pangasius exports to South Asian region and Middle East also we can promote. And some of the other products like trout also we can promote. I'll come to that separately. The second question is how a farmer can get export ready. That is the second question. So at an individual level, a farmer, if he wants to export, he needs to meet the quality requirements of the export markets. The export market has two types of requirement. One is importing countries' requirements, where they require a health certificate, where it is certified that it is microbiologically safe or residue-wise it is safe. That is one certificate they require. And the other one is you require market requirements, which is like earlier my friend Mr. Ranjit has spoken about certification. Most of the markets, premium markets, require sustainability certification. So right now the sustainability certification they require is ASC or BAP. So the farmers needs to have these certification. How can they achieve these criteria, these certification criteria? The best way is to form as aggregate as a group. Already Government of India has taken a very far-reaching action by identifying the clusters, fisheries clusters. So these clusters could probably form into a cooperative or a company and develop production so that if an exporter wants to export, the supermarkets or the importer is going to ask for a regular, consistent supply. So he needs to have daily 50 tons or 25 tons, raw material supply. That cannot be supplied by a single farmer because our farmers are small-scale farmers, not like European farmers or other countries' farmers. So we need to have groups of farms who can supply it, and somebody should be there to aggregate and supply to the exporters as per the exporters' requirement. For example, as you are aware, Ministry of Cooperation, Government of India has promoted a cooperative, multi-stative cooperative company, that is National Cooperative Export Limited. So these companies can be tied up by the state governments to facilitate the cooperatives, producer cooperatives or producer companies to export. So now what are the state governments to do? The state governments what they can do is to facilitate the cluster of farms, then tying up with them through the aggregator to the export market. That is one aspect they can do. And the most important thing is that they should focus on 2 or 3 species. For example, I would recommend them to focus on scampi, freshwater prawn, because the market is there and we can compete with other countries also. We are exporting to Thailand, who is number 2 or number 3 in production. So if we can do that, we can expand to other markets also. State governments can promote as a polyculture along with carps, along with tilapia, and as well as reservoir stocking. So these are some of the things state governments can have a focused program on scampi. Second is tilapia, and third is trout. Trout is also a major species which can be targeted not to Europe and USA. These are big markets, but these areas, being a cold water species, trout is produced in their local market also. But there are markets, for example, I was talking to a couple of importers recently during the World Food India show in Delhi. They were saying that they are based at UAE and they are buying, salmon and trout from Europe and then exporting to African countries. There is a huge premium segment in African countries. So I was talking to them, can you, if you import those, whole fish to India and do some value addition, and then you buy it to Africa, will it be more beneficial, economically beneficial to you? When I explained to them, they immediately took a paper and calculated and said they will make this much more profit per container if we are able to facilitate import. So there is considerable scope of exporting, species tilapia to African countries, Middle East, and some quantity of trout to premium segments in Middle East and Africa. So these are my takes on this and what MPEDA can do. My suggestion is that definitely we can promote these freshwater fishes in the export markets by facilitating trade shows, participation in trade shows. And definitely one more thing which I would like to one model I can give is that when
Anilji, I'll stop you for 2 minutes because we have one panelist who has to leave. He has a flight. So I welcome Manojji for his interventions and insights.
Sir, first of all, I'm very sorry because I have to leave. And best wishes to each and everybody on World Fisheries Day. Sir, I'm not an authority on freshwater, but I can share my experience, whatever 30 years I've given to shrimp farming, because species is a species, what we are doing for farming. If you see 90s, we used to produce 65,000 ton of black tiger, especially. I'm saying this background because we can learn a lot with this experience and we can apply same thing on freshwater. If I say that India was in 1990 producing 65,000 tons, the challenges were very different. That challenges were the quality of genetics, broodstock. Right now, same freshwater we are facing now. Then the challenges were on the technology, research, even nutrition. That were all challenges for monodon. But the positive side is that we were very young age, the age of the ponds were very new, carrying capacity of the entire creeks and water were very positive. Then came in 2010 the Venami, and I call it everywhere with some joke like it's the Venami tsunami. We have grown from 60,000 ton to 1 million ton of Venami. And then we faced many other challenges of diseases, challenges of carrying capacities, and that has led to the challenges of food safeties, many things. And the major thing what we can learn with this, what we have gained the knowledge on Venami or Shrimp Fund, that how we can really plan. On World Fisheries Day, I would like to really say, sir, when we talk about the importance of our water bodies, our livelihood and sustainability in aquaculture, I think even with the brilliant scheme of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, the minister himself was saying that we have spent more than 38,000 crore rupees. The biggest motive of our Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Department of Fisheries, to double the production, double the exports and double the farmer incomes. Here I would like to say, sir, we have been saying from many years, because as a student, last 50, 60 years, people are reading Jingran book. And we know the resources and data. We have like 1.2 million hectare of brackish water that we really did very well, and today we are #1 shrimp producer and exporter in the world. But when we talk about freshwater resources, 3.5 million hectare, 2 lakh kilometers of rivers. But unfortunately, we don't have a national, state or state-specific land allotment or resources allotment policy. It is something like you have a very good architecture, you have a brilliant design, you have a steel, you have a sand and cement, but no plot to do that. So I think I request, because here each and everybody who's who of aquaculture and fisheries sitting in this auditorium, I think the primary focus should to give land allotment and resources allotment to the beneficiaries, and then only we can double the production. You take an example of shrimp farming, what happened. Today also when we talk about shrimp farming and 60,000 crore rupees fisheries product, I think the big salute goes to the entrepreneurs, those who have converted their agriculture feed into shrimp farming and fish farming lands. 90% is having in private land. Even we talk about such a huge resources in India, even 10% of that is allotted to entrepreneurs. I think definitely we can double each and every production. That is very important. For example, I will tell you, sir, today when we talk about compare India and Ecuador, I've been visiting Ecuador from last 10, 15 years. Ecuador is doing excellently well, 1.5 million ton, but their failure rate is 5%, 10%. But India is also doing 1 million ton. Salute to us that with 40% failure rate at the farm because of the challenges of environment and disease, still we are able to produce 1 million. Imagine if we can only reduce 15% of our failure rate and challenges, and I think we can still be #1. So what we have learned and learned in aquaculture, especially shrimp aquaculture, that can be really, because freshwater is coming up. I think, sir, we need, for example, if you see in Andhra Pradesh, in East and West Godavari district, you don't see even a small space. There is so much clusters of ponds, because this happened because people have started seeing money in shrimp farming, and they have done unorganized planning, haphazard development. I think what India really needs to tackle and to create an impression in the world market when we talk about food safety is to have a proper zonations. The land allotment should be very specific zonation, and then like MPED has done an excellent job in Gujarat. Because MPED Ramon sir is sitting there. Gujarat is the very good example of a single window land allotment brackish water policy and done by master maxim, done by MPED and zonation. Whether, as Anil sir said, sir, definitely Scampi is really, we are the most neglected species. Scampi is in Gujarat, when you especially see the blue clot. But a lot of people, sir, because of wrong science, they have only trying to do it like a shrimp, monoculture. But Scampi is a beautiful species for polyculture. Imagine, sir, when we talk about 16 million metric ton. 16 million metric tons of, when we talk about 160 lakh ton agar se hum machhi paka rahe hain, even 2 to 3% of that, if we do polyculture, even we can easily produce 1 million ton of Scampi. And that is a very good scoop. I think wrong way we are trying to address Scampi. Scampi is a very great candidate for polyculture. So with this, sir, I will just conclude. But I am saying that what India need is that a proper land allotment, a proper zonation, area-specific, site-specific designation has to be given, sir. Because the biggest challenge in livestock is disease. And when disease is coming, we are facing a lot of export, food safety issues. Again, I am repeating, we can learn a lot from shrimp and apply the same laws to freshwater aquaculture. And then I think definitely India has the potential to become the blue food bowl of the world. There's no doubt, sir. Thank you. I'm really sorry, sir. I have a flight because tomorrow morning I have to go to Abu Dhabi, so I'm sorry.
Just 2 minutes. Can you talk about marketing? Because marketing is a big issue. People are still
I think Anil sir has said in a length about marketing because, you know, even I was listening to Mr. Madhu also. He's saying the price, competition, efficiency is the biggest challenge, ma'am, because when we talk about fish, except Scampi price is better than shrimp right now. But if you talk about freshwater fish, it is always playing around $1 to $1.5. Even processing cost and shipment cost is something more than the thing. But I think, ma'am, we need to really, very practically I'm saying, we need to think beyond Indian major carps. When you really want to export freshwater aquaculture, we need to bring in new species which has a potential like Scampi, Tilapia. But Indian major carps, Katla, Mrigal, I think it's not right now is a feasible species to target for export. This is what my personal opinion.
Thank you. Have a safe flight. Thank you very much. संजय मनोज जी का मोमेंटो भाई हाँ आप बीच में आ जाओ Now, reconnecting, I'll request Anil Kumar ji to complete his, you are done. Okay, thank you. So, we have with us Director of Fisheries from Uttar Pradesh, Dr. N.S. Rahmani. He comes with a, decades-long experience on the ground. So, I'll request him to share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really thankful to the organizers and the JSF for providing me this opportunity to talk about inland fisheries export opportunities. As you know, sir, everybody knows that right now we can say that India is not exporting any inland fisheries if we think it in the perspective of the overall export. We stand nowhere, only negligible percentage we have, but huge scope is there. This is an opportunity for all inland states that this field is now open. no competition, no competitor, nothing has done. So a lot of things could be done. Saturation is far, far away, as we are seeing in coastal areas or in marine sector. Behra Sahab has rightly said that now this MPDA name should be changed to APIDA. Yes, fisheries product or aqua food, aqua product or something like that, whatever. The important thing is what the farmers can do and how they can be helped, the small farmers of inland states. Many of the speakers before me has rightly pointed out and flagged that when we talk of export, the production should be huge. The supply should be huge. Individual farmers, especially from the inland sectors, it's not possible for them to export their product directly. So a lot of aggregators are required. One step forward Government of India has taken in this aspect, that they have identified clusters and declared some clusters, and we are lucky enough that we got one cluster from the Government of India. Pangasius cluster we have in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Whatever inland species we are exporting today from India is mainly this scampi, then tilapia, and I think only less than a percent, maybe a fraction of percent, this pangasius. We have an opportunity that now pangasius is well established in the last decade or so. Again, the credit goes to private farmers. Majority of the pangasius is being cultured in the private ponds, which were converted from agriculture fields to aquaculture farms. What is required in inland sector, what structures, that the cluster-based farmer organization, maybe FPOs, or we can say FFPOs, cooperative societies, producer groups, something like that. And then the combining of their production volumes so that it can meet minimum exportable lot size. Then pool the resources of testing, feed, training, aeration, etc. Because while we were working on traceability documents, then I comes to know what formalities has to be done for export of any food product. So lot of training and handheld support is required for our farmers so that they can understand what actually they have to do for exporting the produce. Now we are growing pangasius or tilapia, whatever we are growing for domestic market only. So we are not following anything which can be certified at a later stage. So this aspect has to be taken care of either by the MPDA or the central government and of course the state as well. Awareness campaigns, we are growing, but how we can grow for export, that is the main challenge. Then processing plant linkages. My experience that on pilot basis we grow some Venami in Agra division area, Mathura and surrounding areas, but due to non-linkages with any processor, then most of the farmers, they stop producing Venami. So this is one thing, because it needs EU approved processing plants or something like that. So linkage is a very important. And then government export promotion agencies. What is required in inland states is that MPDA should have their regional offices now in inland states as well. They have regional office in many of the coastal areas. I invite them, the chairman Sahib is here, MPDA's chairman. I will request, sir, you should have an office in Lucknow so that export from inland sector may got a boon. And once your presence is there, you can take care of all the skill development programs, technology is there. And one more thing is, from MPDA, sir, I will request Chairman sir is here, I will utilize this opportunity, that we are planning to establish a gift tilapia hatchery at Lucknow. We have our own facility. I visited RGCA Vijayawada, and the director and his team also visited my place in Lucknow and Allahabad. But we requested them to find out a way and establish a hatchery on turnkey basis. Funds is not a problem. We are not asking any fund right now from MPDA people. Whatever they will demand, genuine demand, we will fulfill it. So this will be a great boost for the inland sector farmers. You know, for any production, seed, and that too is certified seed. So RGCA have this credit with them that they have certified gift tilapia seed with them. So I will request ki humko isme you should support us. And another thing is ki like tilapia, Pangasius sir has already said ki import license has been granted now by Government of India. So it will certainly going to help us, sir. As in your last visit, you said ki a few import licenses have been granted. Now, as Joint Director Sahab has said, ki the ranching of reservoirs with scampi seed, as is being practiced in some of these states like Andhra Pradesh. This is a good idea, and certainly all the inland states should think over it. Now, scampi is one of the, perhaps it is the costlier than Yavanami and all other species. So this is one opportunity. Another is we have a good number of reservoirs in inland sectors. These reservoirs, while fishing is there, some of the fishes which are not being consumed by local people, but they are much in demand in some other states and they are sun-dried. So whatever processing is there in inland sector, especially in Uttar Pradesh I am talking of, this is the drying of fishes. I will request the authorities, especially the MPDA, because they are directly involved in the export process, that they should train our farmers. Some technological improvement is required to dry the fishes, especially sun drying, solar drying, because drying now takes a long time, and maximum catch which they are going to dry is being rotten or spoiled, and they are not getting good price. But if some solar dryers can be subsidized either by PMSY2 or MPDA or some other agencies, then it could be a good opportunity. Otherwise, as certification processes, documentation, special training programs has to be conducted for that. Because the farmers of our state, inland states, they are not aware of these things. For us, this is absolutely a new chapter to begin with. Even for me, it was really a learning phase when I was involved with the document preparation for this traceability SOPs. So, I will request the concerned authorities to train our people in a big way so that some of them can take it on for export production only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramani-ji. Now, the next vertical is mapping the potential of inland states for freshwater species. And I would like to invite Dr. Purushottam, who is Secretary Fisheries, Uttarakhand, that to get the volume which can be, scouted for exports, what kind of support at the seed, feed, and other, inputs you would require for your state, as well as you will recommend for similarly situated states like those who are into cold water fisheries, Ladakh, J&K, and Himachal Pradesh, so that in next 1.5 years you have enough volume to export with some amount of value addition and with all the aspects being taken care of, like whether it is, quality, traceability, certification, all aspects are taken care of. So how do you draw the universe to ensure that in next 2-3 years you become a exporter of rainbow trout? Over to you, Purushottamji.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Sir, first I would like to thank Fisheries Department, Government of India, sir, for organizing this conference and giving us an opportunity to speak here. Sir, inland fisheries, I think it is on a cusp of opportunity, like one speaker said. जैसा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी बोलते हैं कि आपदा में अवसर ढूंढिए, मैं ये कहूँगा कि अभी तक स्लेट क्लियर है, वी कैन राइट वॉट एवर वी वॉन्ट, एंड एट द राइट टाइम आप लोगों ने आज ट्रेसेबिलिटी का गाइडलाइंस भी इश्यू किया सर. सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल इंलैंड स्टेट में, तो उत्तराखंड तो हम लीड ले ही रहे सर. सो वॉट एवर प्रोड्यूस वी डू, वहाँ पर ट्रेसेबिलिटी के साथ हम हर चीज़ शुरू करें, सो दैट वी विल बी नॉट ओनली एक्सपोर्ट रेडी बट ऑल्सो इवन फॉर इंलैंड मार्केट के लिए भी हमारा ट्रेसेबिलिटी का डॉक्यूमेंट काम आ जाएगा. लाइक अनिल कुमार सर बोल रहे थे कि मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव्स, सो यहाँ पर उपस्थित मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड एंड J&K, we should form a multi-state cooperative society for the marketing of trout fisheries. In the same way, warm water के लिए संबंधित states, they can form a cooperative society. When multi-state already national export agency बना हुआ है, उनके साथ आपको tie up करना है so that it can facilitate all the export part and all this stuff. Like many speakers said, almost हमको like software export zones बना हुआ है government of India में. In the same way, we should form fisheries export zones. वहाँ से जल्दी हम बना के हम transport कर सके. I just want to show left hand side में उत्तराखंड में हम जो कर रहे हैं cluster based fisheries. So इस type में if we can make cluster based fisheries as a common norm in all our aquaculture practices, वो volume हमको बन जाएगी so that we can be able to export to various countries. So like मैंने बता दिया है, उत्तराखंड is mostly into cold water species. उसका markets like अनिल कुमार जी ने काफ़ी विस्तृत रूप में he has already informed us, UAE, Japan, EU and Singapore, and warm water species के लिए the other respective zones. उत्तराखंड में अभी production is very less, like सागर मेहरा सर ने बताया, we are only 800 metric tons because we just started 4 years back. But I am very thankful to Government of India because under FIDF scheme, Fisheries Infrastructure Development Scheme, आप लोगों ने हमको काफ़ी अच्छा almost 200 crores मदद किया था. उससे we want to achieve a target of 500 metric tons by 2030, and in that 5,000 metric tons, we are targeting almost 150 crore revenue potential through exports. Like पहले ही बताया था, if these 3 states UK, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल एंड J&K, अगर हम लोग जॉइंटली अगर कुछ प्लान्स नहीं बनाएंगे, इट इज़ अ लॉस सिचुएशन फॉर एवरीबडी. बिकॉज आई सी व्हेन वी सेंड आवर फिश टू दिल्ली मार्केट, ट्राउट फिश, वी सेल बिकॉज हमारा जो फीड, बिकॉज वी गिव ग्रोवेल्स फीड काफ़ी कॉस्टली देते थे, सो वी सेल इट एट अराउंड 450-500. At the same place, Himachal farmer is selling it at 300. So it is a collective loss. I mean, if we compete among ourselves, it is a collective loss for all the parties. So I think we should better collaborate and market both within India and outside India, because trout is a very niche product. So this is, मैंने पूरा इंडिया के टर्म्स में बनाया था, but I would like to talk about UK, Himachal and J&K के लिए है. We need around 540 crore investment by the state government, exporters, सारी सब लोग मिलके हमको इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, so that we can have good monies. Sir, जैसा आपने bottlenecks पूछा है and what are the possible solutions? Sir, these are the bottlenecks. Seed availability, we get seed from Norway as on date. So मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा जैना सर से, ICR से, we need brood stock immediately, sir, and NFDB. Brood stock for trout. I mean, if we can import brood stock, if they can give us brood stock, so that will give us a lot of Norway, Denmark, these are the potential markets from where we get seeds, sir. And then feed quality, like earlier marine products में भी बता रहे थे, feed quality we should concentrate most. Especially our feed is not FCR. In our Indian feed is not that good, so we have to import that feed. And then if we import, the cost is getting increased. So I request, sir, if under PMSY 2, if some feed mills के लिए exclusively कुछ subsidies अगर कुछ मिल जाएंगे तो along with FIDF थोड़ा अच्छा रहेगा सर. And market access and compliance काफ़ी अच्छा अनिल कुमार जी ने बता दिया सर. Sir, this is where I am taking from Director Uttar Pradesh, what he has told us. We should have massive capacity building for the inland states, sir. I mean, not only the farmers, even officers like me, I am also ignorant of what all certifications, what all practices are needed. So the capacity building by, मैं Swami sir से request करूँगा Chairman MPDA से. So capacity building for the officers in the first stage and capacity building for farmers in the second stage, sir, for various guidelines. So this should be given to us in the coming 4 to 5 months, sir. And then value-added products, everybody was talking, sir. I mean, trout, roe, caviar, I mean, if you can see, sir, the rate is almost 3,000 to 6,000 rupees per kg we can fetch. So we can go into such kind of products. And this is the target country approach. As just staggered various countries where we should be concentrating as per the emerging market demands, sir. And everybody talked, I mean, this is the need of the hour. Pond level clusters should be formed, and these clusters should form into FPOs. All the farmers should form into FPOs, and then these FPOs should make cooperatives and then sell it to the exports. And then I'm very thankful to you, sir. You have this critical bottleneck, traceability. आप लोगों ने guidelines जारी कर लिया है, and I request all inland states to take this opportunity to make all the practices compliant. Because for marine products, for them to become digitally traceable end-to-end is a bit difficult because the practices have already been set. But inland states के लिए practice अभी बन रहा है, so it will become very easy. So this is by end of the presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purushottam, for such excellent homework. You came well prepared, points well made. Thank you very much. Now, with a lot of respect, I invite Shri Mukesh Kumar Meshram ji, who is Principal Secretary, Uttar Pradesh, for sharing his insights on the same issues, that how we can, ensure, because Uttar Pradesh has a huge production base, and especially on pungaceous production, they are doing very well. What are the, hand holdings which we should be looking for from MPDA, from EIC, from Government of India, for ensuring compliances of the export market, and how do we budge the farmers that they start producing for the mapped export markets? So your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So basically, Uttar Pradesh is a landlocked state, as you all know. But in the last few years, the production of fish has increased so high that we have just doubled our production in the last 7 years. And last year also, the increase was 24% annual increase. So that's how UP is doing quite well in terms of inland fisheries. The only thing is processing. We lack in terms of processing. We have hardly any such units available in the state, and people are also not well aware about it, how to export or the linkages. Now, after we make the state self-sufficient as far as the demand of population is concerned, then obviously we will eye for different locations to export our produce. And as the speakers have already discussed in length about value addition or value added products, obviously we would certainly like to have such kind of processing units in the states also. as our director has already mentioned and requested MPDA to set up a regional office or regional center in the state, we are ready to provide them land free of cost for that, and they can set up anywhere, either in Mathura, because that will be nearby to Delhi, or wherever they want to. Bundelkhand region and Vindhyachal, we have large reservoirs, dams, and there also recently through cage culture or different other models, we have actually roped in many fish producers and societies also. We are getting our fish farmers societies registered. We have our cooperative system. But the only thing is capacity building. We certainly would like all our fish farmers to know the technologies, better production skills, and then there is a lot of scope in this sense that our fish farmers will also get involved with the exporters, and then gradually when we set up more and more number of processing units in the state, we will actually link them to these units, for which government is ready to provide all kind of support system. Recently one modern fish market has been established in Chandoli near Varanasi. Similar kind of fish mandis are also we are proposing to set up in different regions, because it's very large state and we have 9 agroclimatic zones. So everywhere we just want the mapping of water or aquaculture, and on that very basis, if we do researches, use some good practices for aquaculture, obviously the traceability would be better, our certification would be better, and then we will actually enable our production for better export to meet that quality of export. So all these things, from time to time, we will request the central government and other agencies, research agencies or marketing agencies to rope in with the state government, and we will actually increase or explore all these possibilities and opportunities in the state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Bindu, Principal Scientist, CIFT Kochi, as a panelist. She specializes in fish curing, thermoprocessing, processing, packaging, nano packaging. So I would request Dr. Bindu to share her thoughts that how this, curing, thermoprocessing, all these areas, packaging, they can help, export from inland states for their freshwater species. Dr. Bindu, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, and all the panelists present here. I will, listening to the panelists before me, starting from Mr. Anil and the others, I would like to point some areas which need some information, or which I have some information on. It was talked about Himachal farmers, Uttarakhand and J&K to have a trout unit together. Actually, a couple of years back, one startup with CIFT, they came under a program and they've started a trout processing facility on a very small scale, but they have been supplying trout to all the high-end markets, right from to Delhi supermarkets, restaurant chains, and also right up to Kerala. And now they are marketing trout roe, like 2 mm size trout roe for the international market. So they are in the startup form, but if encouraged and working together, they are a team of 3, but if they are together, I think it can be exploited much more. We have, CIFT has set up 3 in Himachal Pradesh near the Mandi and Govind Sagar reservoir. We have set up 3 processing facilities, mini processing facilities around 5 years back. And it was for cooperative and groups as such, because in the reservoirs they were using cages, and the fish that was harvested from those cages were to be utilized for development of value-added products. And currently, ready-to-eat unit also is there in Patlikul, which is in the final stages for processing of trout products into retortable pouches and cans. A big option which I would say is like smoked trout is a delicacy in the international market. And also value addition in trout in different forms also will boost our exports. Coming to UP, it was said that fishes are dried and marketed, bigger fishes. The biggest example would be of the West African countries, especially Nigeria, even in the Egypt and Cameroon and Ghana also. What stock fishes from Norway are imported there, which has a shelf life of nearly 2 years. Recently, 2 days back, one of the marketing and branding ambassador for stock fishes, he had come, visited CFT, and he was saying, a 2-year shelf life is there, and what the whole fish, the rate you don't get, but for the dry fish, you get double the rate. So it is dried in the snow at very, very low temperatures for 2 to 3 months, and then it is marketed, packed and marketed. So solar dryer, CIFT has a facility for solar dryer. We have been extending our help in Orissa and some of the states who have approached us. We can help UP do dried products in a very hygienic manner, which can be used for the export market. What I would say to the secretary here is, I think we should go big when we go for processing, because what we see, the landlocked states, UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, all these states have a lot of fish production, freshwater fish production. And there are fully automatic processing lines which are available with, we don't have any such kind even in the marine sector in our country. Fully automatic, where you get right from, you just feed it at one end, at the end you get the fillet or the final pack product. Because the biggest advantages of freshwater fish is that you can just harvest it when you want it, when it comes to the optimum size. And like marine sector, you don't harvest it, you don't ice it, and then you bring it to the landing center where there is again a delay and then transportation, like how Dr. Alex had mentioned in the earlier session. Here you get the freshest of the fresh commodity which you can harvest, you can process it at one go, and then you can store it and export it. So these states, maybe one model could be done in one of the states which are producing the most number of freshwater fish, and then it could be replicated. But the cost would be really high. But recently in the World Food India, those companies, I saw that they have a Pune office, so maybe we could talk to them and get it done. And also in these inland states, a hub and spoke model where we need to improve the primary conditions of the landing centers or the reservoirs or the pre-processing centers, where fish is harvested. We need ice factories there which can immediately ice the fish, which can or cold chill the fish or cold kill the fish, which can be transported in insulated containers, stored and taken to a processing facility where it is processed in the quickest manner. And then storage facilities. So unlike the export market or the marine sector market, which is very established, where there's a big cold chain and exporters are there, the inland sector is still yet to be fully tapped and utilized. So these basic infrastructure facilities has to be shown, has to be modeled, and then only can we, I'm sure, we can boost the exports. At the same time, the training of personnel, which is a very important component, training of personnel, the knowledge of the products, the exposure to products and how best it can be handled or how best it should be handled is also to be taught to them. And of course, finally, when you look at an export market, all the certifications, the requirements of MPDA, EIC has to be met with, the certification, the health certificate and all those criteria will have to be met with, and also the importing countries' regulations, so that other than what we envisage, what that country demands, like AC and BAP also has to be met with. I'm sure that with more concentration and more funds, more exposure, just like, and more incentives, just like how it's given in the marine sector to the, if we give it to the inland sector, this sector can be the next golden sector for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Professor Dinesh Kapili, who is Registrar and Dean Kufos, Kerala. And I was reading somewhere his CV, it says that he has played an important role in popularizing venomized shrimp culture in Kerala by training hundreds of shrimp farmers all over the state. He has also propagated the concept of organic shrimp culture among the farming community, and now he is the Dean and Registrar. So I will request him that how, by promoting innovative technologies, we can enhance productivity and diversify the export-oriented species, including freshwater species. So I'll request Dr. Dinesh to share his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Warmest greetings of the day. Thank you for inviting an academician to this great platform. And I will start with organic farming, wherein nobody touched because it's speaking, addressing to the audience. While a number of speakers are there, it's always a challenging thing. Nobody has actually spoke about organic farming, I believe. So as you know, organic farming is a niche area in our thing. Even though MPDA has done a lot of work for the last 15 years plus, I believe, but I'm not overlooking their activities, but still it hasn't touched the mark wherein the government was expecting from this. So actually the natural farming is a great point wherein the government of India is concentrating in agriculture sector and all. So this can be a niche area wherein we can contribute much to this. The university has actually associated with a European company from Switzerland called, it's a cooperative platform called COOP. And we did a lot of work on the farming of Penna's monodon, which is Indian tiger shrimp. And our team, actually including my students, actually visited Vietnam to see the facilities there, what are the procedures actually practiced by them. Because Europeans are mainly catered by Vietnam, because they have the almost similar ecosystem that we have, with a lot of mangroves, lot of backwaters, lot of streams and so on. So we actually went there and studied and had a proper MOU with the concerned organizations and but still that particular project actually had to be stopped as we did not get proper support from the complete system. So that can be a great opportunity for India, not only for this monodon, but also for other species like mud crab. So everybody was actually speaking about, even one person actually asked questions on mud crab. The problem with mud crab is an excellent species. Our industry is as big as $7 to $8 billion all over the world. And even the Europeans are started loving mud crab. The problem is all about the disease. So we have to have the disease-free zones or crab clusters. Then only because 1995 onwards we are seeing the issue of white spot syndrome virus. Actually the entire farming community got stuck with that. And later, after 10-15 years only, Vanami came to existence. So likewise, crab is also facing the same issue, that the mud crab Rio virus is a great issue. Whenever you are actually sampling mud crab, we get positive results. So, but still crabs are live and they are surviving. But actually it is the problem with any virus, because even with virus, the individuals will survive. So we have to have proper crab clusters, so that then means the pathogens are actually the pathogen-free zones are actually generated. And even from a panchayat we can start, even from a small area we can start, then expand it. Then only the Florida actually won in Vanami for producing SPF. Why? Because they actually succeeded in cultivating and promoting the specific pathogen-free brood stock. Likewise, only we can actually promote Vanami also. Then freshwater prawn, because the Keralites have actually legacy in freshwater prawn. Now SIFA is doing excellent work. Our Vembanad Lake was the cradle of freshwater prawn for many centuries. But unfortunately, in 2005 onwards, we got the Macrobrachium noda virus, the same issue which we faced with the white spot syndrome virus. The same issue we faced as a different virus. So after that, the Macrobrachium got, the catch got declined, and even now it's actually slowly picking up. In that case also, we need to have a proper management strategy wherein the brood stock has to be virus free, and such hatcheries have to be developed. While the monodon hatcheries failed, so everybody shifted transformed Penade hatchery to Macrobrachium hatchery. At that time, even 200 hatcheries were there, 97, 98 period, I know. But afterwards, that industry also got collapsed. So, a scientific approach with the proper intervention of the scientific community is very much required for that these species to survive and And all are talking about actually exporting our indigenous fishes. The problem with indigenous endemic fishes, even katla, rohu, mrigal, everybody. So all these fishes are actually herbivorous. So these actually the gut length is many times longer than the body length, and the entrails actually will be getting spoiled too easy. And likewise, so they have intermuscular bones, and that's why the filleting is not possible. So we have to have proper strategy. The chilling is okay, because if you go to Dubai in the market, the rohu is very much popular, because they are actually chilling and actually sending via flight. So our species have that inbuilt disadvantage. But in the case of trout and all, this is not there, because their gut is very small, and that is easily we can do. And of course, human resource development is the basic backbone of any developmental activity. So I will request, in this actually many policymakers, planners, everybody is there. So the education, the fisheries education is the backbone. So whenever you are actually promote or conceptualizing projects like the PMMSY or else PMKSSY. So in every aspect, you should have proper manpower, skilled people to actually look after the things and look into the things, so that whenever you are actually allotting money, you should allot a small portion for the education, for the proper training, for the formal teaching and learning process to happen. So then only you will have proper professionals to address your issues in a better manner, I believe. Then actually Dr. Behra was actually talking about the different agencies. So I will also suggest to have a Fisheries and Aquaculture Council of India, so that all the certification process and all the issues which are actually faced by our sector. So you see, it is a multi-stakeholder community, but none of the stakeholders are happy in this arena. You please see, because none of them, fish farmers are not happy, fishers are not happy, climate extremities and all. But for everybody to get happy, so you have to have a proper platform with proper professionals, wherein making professionals will be very much needed, I believe. And one more thing I will conclude, because I'm not taking much of your time. It's one is that in Norway and in many European countries, so they have actually a huge issue of manpower. They don't have people who knows to properly peel the crustaceans. Even our people, now in our coastal area, our coastal states, even in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, in many places, even the 2-gram shrimps will be peeled very scientifically with proper the yield. So such kind of expertise is not there outside. So we can actually bring these species here and have we can actually reprocess it and market. So likewise, those people are actually sending to China and Vietnam and so on. So India can also be actually fitted into that position and do the thing. With this, I conclude, and thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh. Now, we have Dr. J.S. Reddy, who is Additional Director with the Export Inspection Council. And another panelist, we have Dr. Ram Mohan, who is Director with MPDA. We would like to understand from both of them that how we can strengthen quality assurance and compliance systems for freshwater fish exports in the inland states, and how important is the need to adopt best global practices in handling, processing, certification, traceability, and what should be the roadmap to meet the international standards when it comes to improve the credibility and market access for these newly found resources which are looking for exporting to different markets, and how government, industry and exporters can put together an ecosystem that things move smoothly, and the target of in next 2 years we start exporting the different species and their value-add products, because both the agencies, EIC or MPDA, EIC is particularly into certification, resume monitoring. So I would like to invite first Dr. J.S. Reddy for his comments. Reddy, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, let me thank the organizers for inviting me into this August platform. On the eve of World Fisheries Day, I would like to share a good news that Russia has their regulator FSVP's counterpart of EIC was in India during the last week of October and first week of November to assess the official control system and our supply chains in fishery as well as dairy. During the visit, Dr. Konstantin, he is sitting right here from Embassy of Russia, India, who also helped translating this technical negotiation with the big contingent of FSPVPS team. And though we have yet to get official confirmation, but they have already listed 9 more fishery establishments for export to Russia. So I'll start with this good note. So I am not an expert in the field, so I will not take much time. So the general points I would like to state: whenever we promote any intensive cultivation, certain problems associated with that intensive cultivation or production, we need to consider, especially while preparing the infrastructure for growing pond or whatever the structure, we need to take into consideration previously that land or site is used for what purpose. We should start thinking from that point of view, because in certain cases, some places, when somebody has started this growing fishery or something, earlier if it is used for cultivation of layer farming or something, so the residues of antibiotics or something which are come in the production system still persist in soil for certain time. So one need to take care of replacing that top layer of the soil before starting any new production system. The second thing, I think this point is highlighted by many, because this inland aquaculture is not grown to the scale, so producer groups is one of the option. This till at least the sector gains to an reasonable size. So this producer groups farming or production system will help in certain aspects, in the sense it will be helpful in bringing the economies of scale, pooling of the resources, especially feed is one of the major cost of production in any livestock rearing system. So apart from feed, other inputs also, when the collective farming happens or production happens, the economies of scale can be achieved. When this group of producers, it is easy to implement similar type of package of practices. As my previous speaker rightly said, skilling is important, because traditional farmers are not there, new players are entering into this type of production system. Skilling of these resources also equal importance is there. Skilling not only at the production stage, yet later at the post-harvest stage also. So important, and it will help this collective farming, or we can say it will help in digital traceability. It will become easy in a cluster, tracing them easy. When we have this digital traceability, any incidences of disease occurrence, something can be better handled, or if any country, any alerts come that particular area production certain virus or something is there, we can better control those viruses, as well as we can later through our monitoring and surveillance systems, these clusters can be free of certain virus. So even other part of the country, these incidences are there. Still, if we can demonstrate this particular cluster or region, it is free from those disease causing agents, through surveillance and monitoring mechanisms and submission of those reports to WOHA, we can bilaterally negotiate with those countries, and we can continue our exports without much hindrance. So regarding the certification, currently export inspection agencies follow 2 types of system. That is one in-process quality control system. That is basically certain countries insist for the in-process quality control system, that is food safety management based system, where entire plant and the supply chain is approved. The other one, certain countries still accepts the other system, that is consignment-wise inspection. So consignment-wise inspection means when the final batch of product ready for dispatch, that time only the official control activities, whether it is sampling, testing or other controls, will take place. So both systems are available for certification. Initially, the small players can make use of the consignment-wise inspection, which is accepted by a number of countries. So once scales of economy is achieved, probably they can go for in-process quality control system by which they can save certain certification costs also. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ram Mohan, Director MPDA, for his insights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity given. And already some of the quality-related issues have been addressed by Dr. J.S. Reddy, Additional Director, EIC. Main points which we have to see the residues, that's biosecurity as well as the traceability aspects when it comes to export supply. And for which MPDA registers the entities which are processing units, and the states governments are right now interested with the registration of the farms, which forms the legal basis of the traceability source. And there need to be proper residue control mechanisms for which we may have to train the farmers, as well as if bigger farms are there, we need to train the farm technicians as well for observing the right protocols, following the better management or best management practices to have proper disease control as well as residue control. There should be a proper mechanism to monitor the inputs which are going into the farms, because many times we have got instances that the feeds which are used in freshwater culture systems are laced with antibiotic residues. We have got instances and test reports also to prove that. And these type of controls are very much essential. And right now we are implementing the National Residue Control Plan on behalf of EIC in the coastal aquaculture systems. But when it goes to a pan-India level, we need to scale up this type of monitoring plans as well as other activities which are related to the checks and controls on the seeds, on the feed, on the other inputs to a national scale. But I would feel that in that case, states may have to play a very, very major role and equip themselves to take up those such challenges. EIC as well as MPDA can play a lead role in equipping the states to take up those challenges, so that, the export value chain will come up with proper traceable measures so as to produce quality products to the export value chain. With these words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we conclude the second session on export potential of inland states. So, Sanjay, would you like to conclude this with word of thanks, and then we go on to the summary of both the sessions?
Sir, first we can go to summary, sir.
First summary.
I think, sir, some are having their like.
Okay.
Council of India. सबका हो गया ना, अब आपको दे आइए आइए आइए। आपको देंगे और एक लाओ। आप उनको भी दे देंगे।
Spend another 5 minutes.
Yes. Sir, come here. One information is there. So this is just in response to the request. Many states are like, whenever they see us, MPEDA should set up an office. This request has been hot cake. So I just want to give some information. We have started this export-related training for the state governments. So in the last authority meeting, we have resolved, and we are going to set up this training programs. They have to come to Kochi, because why Kochi? Kochi has an ecosystem for exports. So we can't have a training somewhere in Delhi also. If you come to Kochi, you will understand CAFT, CMFRI, different central institutes are there, exporters, port, EIC, all those things. That ecosystem should be exposed to the inland states also. So we are arranging this training. Definitely we will, this training we will do. Second thing is, I had written a letter to all the chief secretaries in the month of August, that we have a society called Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture, as most of you are aware. And many states like Kerala, Odisha, many states have already sent their fishery officers. Even from Manipur, one officer had come recently. So it is almost a 12 days training program, which starts from almost Visakhapatnam till Kochi. We have a lot of hatcheries, different multi-species hatcheries. So that training exposure we can give. We have written a letter to the chief secretaries that we are willing to give you this capacity. We have hatcheries, we have facilities. So please, you can send your fishery officers to us. That is one thing. Third letter which I have written recently is, I'm not sure whether we have written it to UP or other states, but most of the marine states we have written. And Mr. Anil can write to, we can write to the inland states also. I think Uttarakhand we have written. MPEDA participates in 8 international shows. So the model is the exporters takes the stall and we have the India pavilion. So we want the state government officials also. Initially, if you can't set up a stall, you can be part of the delegation. From NFDB or the state government you can sponsor, because there will be the expos are a very good exposure visit for the global standards. The fishery officers would be able to understand the global standards. So that is one thing which I would like to point out here. Setting up an office, because there is the understanding about MPEDA is different. Basically, we register the exporters, and then with EIC we do joint inspections. So unless there is an export unit, it will be very difficult for us to set up an office. One. Second thing is, most of our services are online. If an exporter is applying for some permits or something, mostly it's online. It's a understanding that Empeda's offices should be there for trade. That's a wrong conception. In fact, our service is through our RGCS and other societies. Because earlier we had a staff of around 450. Today the technical people with me is only 150. It's mostly clerical staff. And my budget for in a year, I have to spend almost 60 crores for the salary and pensions. So we are having a challenge, but to overcome this, we are having something called the YP, young professionals. Even in Empeda, we have young professionals, young fishery graduates who are 3 or 4 year experience graduates. We are using them for most of our projects. So like in recently, we are going to have one in Andaman or Lakshadweep also. We can have such YPs, and we have retired employees who are very good. Like the national organic shrimp cultivation guidelines were done by our retired employees. So we can provide their services. Because I assure you, without office also, our service will be as good as an office. So that is the thing which you should be expecting. Then just setting up an office is not practically not possible for us, because we have our own limitations, the budget limitations and other limitations. We have an office in Delhi, which caters to the North India, and recently in UP in Chunar district mein Sardar Patel Niryat Suvidha Kendra mein Commerce Ministry has set up an export facilitation center. Empeda has taken office space there. So we are already present in UP. And in 2022, I had come to Mirzapur, and Dr. Kandan and his team from RGCA had come to UP, and they visited various places for hatcheries. And we have given a proposal also to set up hatcheries in UP. So, aapke pehle said, because the problem with Empeda and fisheries, state fisheries is, many times lot of fishery officers keep changing. So we are sometimes that knowledge, institutional memory also, we had come in 22 and we had given a proposal also. So we can take forward that. We had a VC with your director, then director also. For hatcheries. Yes, sir, we will submit the proposal once more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request our Joint Secretary, sir, to please summarize. Mike.
See, in alignment with today's theme, that how do we strengthen the value addition in seafood exports, we slotted 2 technical sessions. Next slide. The first session was how do we promote and increase the share of value addition in fisheries exports, and different aspects, diversification, innovation, packaging, branding, certification. How do we deal with the certification aspect? How do we strengthen the infrastructure? These all were discussed. And the second session, technical session, was on how do we harness the export potential of freshwater species. And different panelists, they highlighted the issue, on various aspects, whether it was which are the potential markets, how to map them, how do we promote innovative technologies, how do we promote adoption of best global practices so that we are quality compliant, certification compliant, and we are able to provide the traceability. Next slide. In the first session, the inputs which were received, they have been classified into various, categories. The first category is regulatory and certification barriers. One of the panelists pointed out that presently, Chapter 3, which is meant for raw products, have certain lines which ideally should be put in the Chapter 16, that is for value-add products. So there is a proposal to shift some tariff lines from Chapter 3 to 16. Then there is weak sustainability certification ecosystem, and there is, no uniform, state rules across the country, which we need to align. Then panelists also pointed out that the raw material supply for value addition is not there. The filleting infrastructure and other product, which are value-add products, the product lines are not there. There is a need to modernize our harbors which were put in place some 30 years ago, 35 years ago. There is no modern facility, there is no digitization, there is no use of any green, blue or other energy efficient systems which we need to, take up. Then another issue was that the inputs which are used in value-add items, some breaded item, some, sausages, something which is used for, value addition, something on the hard part also, some blades or something, they are coming with high duty, so we need to rationalize the duty. The other thing is that low adoption of certified fish meal and specialty ingredients despite strong demand. The third area was market and workshop constraints, that freshwater fish, which are bony fish, they need value addition to improve the acceptance in the export markets. And the specialized, trained labor shortage for, value-add products has also been highlighted, which was also an issue in the outreach camps which we did with, stakeholders at different processing hubs. So that is in a prominent area. So these three areas, we have noted down all the issues. We'll try to address them through, making our proposal, sending out to Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Finance, and also try to address whatever possible through the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana Phase 2 also, wherever some support is required, like modernization of infrastructure, adoption of various, good practices, promoting sustainability, promoting branding, etc. that we'll do. Second technical session slide, please. The second session was on that how we promote export of freshwater species from different inland states. So the issues highlighted have been again classified into three categories: export readiness and structural gaps. There are presently, because previously there has been no export from these states and for these products. So presently there is no system in place to ensure traceability and certified seed and feed, and absence of inland aquaculture guidelines in most of the places it is not there. And if they are there, I remember there are a few guidelines issued by NFDB and by the department also, but they were issued some decade and a half ago, so they need updation. The next point highlighted by Mr. Manoj Sharma was that there is no land leasing policy, because he is pointing out like in Gujarat and in other states like in UP, Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, there are large tracts of land affected by salinity which are giving either no crop or very small crop, their utilization is very low, so that can be leased out to the shrimp aquaculture farmers. So they are demanding for some system, some guidelines to be issued from Government of India. The cold chain is very weak, which again reduces the shelf life of the products. So all these issues which we need to address were highlighted for promoting the exports. There is also need to strengthen availability of quality seed, quality feed, quality brood, reservoir-based value chain. So all these fronts we are working through PMMSY Phase 2, which we did some support in the Phase 1 also. The next vertical was species potential and emerging global markets. There is a huge untapped potential for promoting the aquaculture of be it scampi, tilapia, pangasius, and trout. Some amount of work for all these species has happened, but they are into few selected pockets. They are not, right now as universal as your IMC. So we need to still work harder in association with the CIFA, CIFE to ensure that farmer, they are weaned away from the, species which do not have much value in the market and adopt the culture of these species. And the scope for genetic improvement, we have supported quite a few genetic improvement programs for these species also, and we'll be in discussion with the ICR concerned institutes. Wherever we can support, definitely we'll do the support. Cluster-based development, technology adoption and value addition. So already we have announced 34 clusters. If there are many more, we'll do that. And FFPO cooperatives, we are already supporting. Aggregation is essential for good volume. I think this is a good point to ensure that from all these states like Uttarakhand, UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, to ensure that we have enough quantity for one container, we need good amount of aggregation strategies. Then adoption of digital tools, better farming practices, training can strengthen farmer processors linkages. So in the PMMSY phase 2, we are supporting adoption of digital tools, AI, IoT, machine learning, deep learning, pond management through sensors in a big way. So definitely this will get a boost. And for training of farmers and other value chain actors, we are supporting in a big way. So I hope it would be taken care of. The value addition and product diversification, especially fillet, ready to eat, ready to cook, these are few areas where we need to bring in diversification in a big way because different markets, we need to cater to them. What should be the packaging? What should be the serving size? What should be the level of different condiments and the spices which we are using? Definitely in these areas for product development, we'll be needing more expertise from CIFT and NIFTM also and other institutes, those who are into product development. Next slide, please. So if we talk about the takeaways, on the platform of policy development and regulatory framework, we need to harmonize the DGFT and tariff chapters, standardize the sustainability and traceability norms across the states. Today we did it for traceability. So for other aspects which are going into making the sustainability claim, we should be working on them. And for improving seed feed quality, some sort of hatchery guidelines are already in vogue. So we'll try to outreach these states so that they adopt and quality seeds are available. Some 6-7 feed standards are already available. They are waiting for notification. They have been developed by BIS. So if all the states agree, the manufacturer, the feed manufacturer agree, they can be notified immediately. So far as lease policy is concerned, we have brought out today some policy framework for reservoir fisheries, and earlier also some of the states were requesting that if we can bring out some land leasing policy or pond leasing policy, it will help the state. So definitely we'll put one together. Then build uniform certification readiness. So we'll work on this in association with EIC, MPDA and other certification agencies. Upgradation of infrastructure. So in a big way, whether it is cold chain, fishing harbor, processing plants, we are going to support in a big way. The third one is diversification, production, marketing, branding and capacity building. So all these species to promote their market for the product development, we have kept enough provision, enough funds to support the industry, to support private players, to support startups, to support ICR institutes, so that all these issues areas pertaining to diversification, product diversification, market diversification, all, and branding also, there would be some assistance available through MPDA or directly also for the processors to developing the brand India overseas, and also for building the capacity at different levels. So with these words, I wind up the summing up of what we discussed in all the 2 sessions. And from the Department of Fisheries, on behalf of Honorable Ministers, our respected Secretary Dr. Abhilex Likhiji, myself and my entire staff, NFDB, I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much coming for all the way and staying put for the day long for such a huge patience. Thank you very much.
सर नमस्कार। मैं हमारे डायरेक्टर साहब ने एक बात कही थी कि इनलैंड फिश का बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है, उसमें मैं कुछ ऐड करना चाहूँगा। उसमें ऐड ये करना चाहूँगा, जैसे पिछले पैनलिस्ट ने ये कहा था, उसमें जो परेशानी है स्पाइन की है, तो स्पाइन लेस अगर हम लोग कर दें और उसको फिश मीट बॉल के रूप में उनको फ्रोजन करके अगर हम एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहें तो किया जा सकता है। दूसरा, उसमें रिसर्च ये है कि सर जैसे जिस फॉर्म में वो अपनी ट्यूना को खाते हैं और मछलियों को खाते हैं, तो उनके टेस्ट को हम लोगों को रिसर्च करना चाहिए। उसी टेस्ट पे, उसी फॉर्म में हम लोग वहाँ पे उसको प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए हम लोगों को, जैसे कि अंग्रेजों ने हमें चाय पिलाना सिखाया, जाने से पहले सब जगह स्टॉल लगाए चाय के, फ्री में बांटी चाय, इसी तरह से हमको भी वो जो प्रोडक्ट है बना के जो फूड फेयर्स हैं लगा के उनको टेस्ट डेवलप करना चाहिए। Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now I request Dr. Behra sir, CNFDB, to please give a vote of thanks, and then we will conclude after his vote of thanks. Thank you.
हमने ऑलरेडी दे दिए थे vote of thanks at the cost of repetition, but थोड़ा सा I want to thank our Honorable Union Minister Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh ji, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel ji, Minister of State, and also Shri George Kurian ji, Minister of State, and Dr. Abhilash Likhi ji, our Secretary, and Mr. Sagar Mehra ji, our Joint Secretary, and Sagar Mehra Sahab has worked hard for conduction of this successful program. I request all of you have a clap for him, because he was instrumental in conducting this program. And I also want to thank our Madam Neetu Kumari Prasad ji, Joint Secretary Marine, for her also, she is also working hard, and all excellencies from different embassies, and all secretaries, commissioners, directors for all the states who have come over here, Chairman MPDA, Swami Sahab, आपका आज शो पूरा आपकी ही थी, तो इसीलिए क्योंकि वो एक्सपोर्ट के ऊपर था. Thank you very much coming here with your all of your team members, and all staffs, our committed and hard-working staffs of Department of Fisheries, Government of India, all staffs, and also all staffs of National Fishery Development Board. Both the organizations have worked hard, all the staffs, for this program. I want to thank all of you. Then our Dr. J.K. Jena and all the scientists come from ICR Research Institute. I want to thank them also. But at the same time, some of our sister organizations like Director NIFAT, Director SIFNET, Director CICF Ravi Shankar ji, and Habibullah ji, and Sain, then our FSI representatives and additional director from Dr. Reddy. All, I want to thank all of you. Then all our industry partners who have come over here, I want to thank all of you. Then press and media, they have a good coverage today. And our event management unit, that is Expression 360. They have also worked hard to conduct this program very nicely. And at the last, I want to thank Sushma Swaraj Bhavan administration, who has permitted us to conduct this program here. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are concluding this meeting, and all are requested to kindly take high tea just outside this room before going to your destinations. Wish you all the best and safe journey. Thank you.